Come take my hand, you should know me. I've always been in your mind. You know I will be kind, I'll be guiding you. But you have to believe we are magic. Nothing can stand in our way. You have to believe we are magic. Don't let your aim ever stray. Don't let your aim ever stray. Welcome to my bedroom. In my bedroom, I like to make it like a fantasy land. Actually, my whole house is fantasy land. Why? Because I said something to myself, to God, to my higher self is, dearest God, dearest higher self, many a fortnight have I considered writing you a letter about how boring the world is. For instance, when we are driving down the highway and there is an old ugly bridge made of gray or black, can we not paint it glow-in-the-dark paint? Then you will never have to use lights to light it up. The sun would light it in the day and the bridge would glow at night. And can we not have bubbles flying out of the bridge and floating down on the cars to say, hello, human beings, we're so happy you're alive and the world is great and fun instead of boring. And so what I do is I take a world that I consider to be really boring and turn it into a magical world because that's what I want. It is my prayer. My prayer is to be in the forest and be a fairy. I am in the forest of the world and I want to transform into a fairy. And so we often talk about having the heart of a child and how the heart of a child helps us grow from a Pinocchio, I love you, into a real person, from an earthbound, root-bound tree in the dark underworld into a flying being that can fly our consciousness to be as one with God, and or like Dorothy, fly over the 7 colors of the rainbow like a pretty little bluebird or a little fairy. You're my best friend. And I see that we are in a boat, and it's like the Vesica Piscis, and we are in the belly of the goddess. Her name is Haya. You can watch one of my videos to see how we have ascended into a new body. I do not believe that gods are people. I believe they are bodies of time, descriptions of time, descriptions of rooms of learning, descriptions of growing our soul and ascension. And so we're going to learn about these things today. My name is Mary Moses. What a pretty song, little birdie. I love you. Say bye-bye. We're going to go do some readings today. We'll play in a minute, okay? You want to just give you a kiss? I know, we will in a minute here. I'll give you a little tickle under your ear. Does that make you feel better? Yeah? How about a little tickle on your head? You like that? Oh, you love attention. Yes, you do. You love attention. All right, so let us go into our butterfly room, and we're going to do something called the ancient art of scrying. Scrying is creating a telepathic vision. I call the television a looking glass, and connecting with deceased loved ones, connecting with spirit guides, connecting with your higher self, connecting with your spirit animal, seeing who you are, and seeing what spirit has to say about where you are and how to get out of a lower timeline, which is the body of a god, into a higher timeline so that you can grow your soul and get rid of dead frequency or the frequency of death and start merging into the frequency of life through a myriad of understandings. Behind every pleasure and every pain is a sacred geometrical shape. Getting into sacred geometry, frequency will get you close to God. Why? Because in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God. Word is sound. Sound is frequency. Frequency creates a shape. Many of these shapes create crop circles and mandalas because when you speak to water, it creates a snowflake shape. The snowflake shape is a communication. So your brain is 88% water. This means that your thoughts changes the shapes of the water within your mind. What is the shape of the water in your mind directly impacts your heart and your reality. We shift timelines all the time, and sometimes the agenda of the dark ones is to push and pull you into low self-worth or self-importance so that you stay in the lower realm of those who are asleep. Becoming adept and understanding how they operate in the unseen world, the invisible world, will help you learn how to operate your mind and your heart to become one with life energy and escape the world of death and ignorance. Right? Zoltan, let's see what Zoltan is, a robot. He doesn't know anything. Let's see what he has to say. If he says a truth that we agree with, we will tell him good boy. But if he's a jerk and says a lie, then we will blow bubbles in his face. You ready?
Today, someone will interrupt you. It is this person who will be the reason the future will respond kindly to your question. Be kind, even when others are not. You will be rewarded many times over.
Be kind, even when others are not. You will be rewarded many times over. That's funny because I'm learning to not be kind. I'm tired of getting pushed around and kicked around, and I'm being ruthless. I'm like, look, you are a spirit eater. You are an energy eater. I'm cutting you out of my life forever. Goodbye. Some people do things and they don't even know why they're doing them. And we sometimes have to be stern and ruthless and set boundaries. So, in this ascension and in this awakening, if you are here, you are meant to hear this message. Even though this isn't an individual message for Susan right now, if you are here, this is something that you may need to hear today. Also, if you are learning to hear the voice of God, or even doing the will of God with your hands or your feet, like writing a book or writing a song, you are becoming an oracle. An oracle was written in the Bible 23 times. If any man speak, let them speak as the voice of the oracle. The oracle is someone who hears the voice of God, obeys it, and shares these truths with the world to those who are ready to hear it, like an egg being cracked open. So hello, Susan. I just got off the phone with Susan, and Susan has an energy that is going through what I believe she's going through a mirror, and not sure whether she likes the mirror or not, if it makes her nervous or it makes her feel whatever. Many of us who are going through the mirror are being introduced to the truth, and these truths are like poisonous apples. Sometimes when Dorothy meets the poisonous apple, the apple tree will slap your hand. If you're the Isaac Newton, the apple tree will hit you in the head. If you're the Snow White, the apple will put you to sleep. If you are Bastion in the attic and you're eating an apple and you see in the truth that you have a higher self in another realm connected to you and is you, like a twin flame, like Atreyu, and it makes you feel uncomfortable and you throw the book and you say that's not true, these truths can be painful, and that's the symbol of the apple. All right. The other card is achievement. We can achieve freedom and power if we are in divine order, if we obey divine order. This means that, well, we talk about this a lot. You know what it means. It means there's a natural flow to everything. And if a door is too difficult to open, then it means no. If the door opens pretty easily, or it takes some working to get in there, it's maybe no, but it may be a lesson to be learned. But a door that easily opens is usually yes. And so we learn to achieve everything by seeking first the kingdom of God, and then everything that you want will be added unto you. So these are the two cards brought for you today, Susan. Woohoo! Jingling-a-ling. Is your heart like a child today? It must. You cannot enter the kingdom of heaven unless you have the heart of a child. We're going to let Mushi the butterfly anoint your piece with 320 hertz frequency, which is rose essential oil. A healthy human has a frequency of about 100 hertz. A compromised immune system is about 60 hertz frequency. And someone who is dying has a frequency of 25. or less. And so when we think of God or life, we think in terms of frequency. And we activate your piece with this just for fun, but who knows what it does to me or to you or whatever. And it also is in the body of a beautiful butterfly. And I love this butterfly. Her name is Mushi. Thank you, Mushi. All right, Susan, let's get started. If you miss any portion of this video, you can rewatch it on my YouTube channel, Mary Moses Art. Sometimes I make a video with your art and I will make a song just for you. You can download these songs on my SoundCloud, Mary Moses. These songs are your songs, not my songs. They come from spirit. This is not my art. It's your art. It comes from spirit, not from me. I am just a holy vessel or just a vessel that spirit uses to move through. All right. This is a piece of paper. It comes from a tree. This is charcoal. It also comes from a tree. This is a burned tree. This is a dead tree. We bring the tree back to life, called the tree of life, and we create a telepathic vision, which is chaos. And we take this chaos and we put it into order. So thank you so much, Spirit, for showing us the energy of Susan and for being so kind today. Thank you for getting us through this and showing us how we can work together and take what is seems to be out of order and put it back into order again. Here we go. If I hear a song, one word or maybe two words, or maybe the entire song is for you, but it may just be one word, just to let you know. There was a time when I was in a hurry as you are. I was like you. And there was a day when I just had to tell my point of view. I was like you. Have you never been mellow? Have you never tried to find the comfort that's inside you? Have you never been happy just to hear the song? Have you never helped someone else be strong? You are holding a clock. The clock has the number 915. You are here. There is a 18 pointed star, like an orb, that you have a lot of numbers coming forward in your piece. I don't know why. There's 77, and this is a star. And it was a clock, 6 and 12, 9 and 5, which is 14. You are shifting dimensions. When we shift dimensions, we feel out of sorts. We go through a myriad of things. There's an angel holding a sword, and the sword is cutting the heart. I don't know why. Your body looks like a tree. You're the carrier of something. Both of your hands are very large, and each hand is carrying a heart or a clock. And this is a portal. You have a book that is cut in half, and you are a tree. You have a piece of yourself stuck or trapped. There's a piece of somebody who has passed away, trapped, or someone in the tree of your soul, someone giving you a message. Somebody who they are flying. They remind me of like their legs are like this. They're flying. Astral travel. You have a ladybug. It makes the letter Y, and then has its head like this. This is the mother. This is Mother Mary. Her symbol is the ladybug. It brings good luck. There's somebody who astral travels and sends you messages on the astral realm. If you don't remember, they actually have a name down here. Why it's this one? It says June, Jury. There's a bunch of names, but the name starts with a J. Jersey. Journey. There's some kind of J name down here. I'm not sure if it's associated with this person or not, but there's definitely that. And then you have died of an old reality. You're not there anymore. There's like a 5G tower on your head. And these towers shifted our consciousness to a higher place. And I don't know how it works, but it did. And it doesn't seem to be negative. It's good. So here's the back of the train. It's like going around. And then there's this symbol. You have a dragon. So hold on. So, you're a seer. You should continue seeing. There's this man with a light on their head. You are a seer from a way back. This male energy is some kind of somehow connected to you. And there's a woman looking into a well. And waters are coming out of the mouth of this person and into the well. And the fingers makes spirits, angels. There's something about the energy of prophecy and being a seer and a kingdom and shifting worlds and shifting realities. You're going to learn to become a master of this because this is connected to you somehow. Your it's like So somebody says, remember that said the letter J, now it says C. And inside is this dragon on fire. Let me draw the dragon for you. You see it. Let me get this light to come out a little further. Were you here? All right, there. That's good. All right, so here's the dragon. And there's fire. Okay. More messages from energies. A piece of paper. Somebody says, sorry. Somebody says, it's that same, something easy. Sorry, not easy. And there's this symbol. This is Cygnus. I don't know if it means sickness. Sometimes they do that. And then there's salt with the letter S. And this person is pouring salt down on some sadness. So there's somebody there's something about how we were cut. Our timeline was cut. I know what this means. I know it's hard to believe. I know it's difficult to understand, but we literally were shifted timelines and we went through a different time. And this different time is beckoning us to awaken to the downloads of this new place. And this new place is bringing fire, and it's a shift of time. You're going into 9-5. This could be reflection 9 to 5, right? But it's also the number 14. This is the number of the Holy Spirit. This is bringing two pieces of yourself back together again. And I just woke up with some downloads this morning about this very concept about how we were cut. How our soul and our consciousness is cut from old timelines. And we awaken like a thief in the night or a lightning strike in a new timeline. It's a dimensional shift, like a dimensional train. And suddenly our dragon comes into the picture. And the dragon is the flame. Think of Avatar. So in the movie Avatar, he went to sleep. He bounced his consciousness into another body. He met some people, think of them as dragons, who taught him how to control his dragon. And he said, how do I control my dragon? They said, it will try to kill you. Yes. So what happens is your dragon will begin talking through people, through a myriad of examples in your life to push you into truth and life. So really think of the movie Avatar. He had to learn to walk on a beam way up high in the sky and know that if he fell, that what death and life is in divine timing. Releasing and letting the divine source to just let you fall and know you're not going to die. Let the leaves catch you. When we do not live in divine timing and we don't have any faith, we will fall and jump off that stick out of divine timing and we will crash to the ground. When we do not know how to operate our mind, we will get on our dragon and send our dragon to the dark underworld, and it will get stuck in the swamp of sadness, and we do not know how to operate our spirit guide. But when we become really balanced with our thoughts, our emotions, because this dragon will come into your life and manifest as people. The secret is the good luck dragon from the Neverending Story or Avatar is an allegory of the Holy Spirit, which is the number 14, and has the ability to manifest as every single person in your life. This energy has the ability to be anyone and everyone. And what they do is they push you through low self-worth, self-importance to test you, to get you to your balance so that when you ride the dragon will finally do you and your dragon work in divine order. So if you say up, your dragon goes up. If you say, do this, it does this, but you do not do anything unless you know it comes from life energy and God. So this is the saying, seek first the kingdom of God, and all the things will be added unto you. And so let's bring out this dragon. It looks like you have 3 dragons. This means that your dragon has manifested into 3 different energies in your life. And these are energies that are insulting you, pushing you, really kind of being ruthless so that you can step into that goddess white energy because you're a seer. Look, only the oracle can pass into the gates of heaven. This is why the Neverending Story shows the oracles. If you become the oracle won't see you and you will pass through the eye of the needle. All right, so when you hear the voice of God and you obey the voice of God, you become invisible. So if you want to go to the kingdom of heaven, you have to learn to become invisible. And this is what your dragon will teach you. So good job. I'm sure that your dragon went inside my body and is in whatever way teaching us how to hear the voice of God, obey the voice of God, and with our holy temple, with our relationships, with everything. And once this occurs, see, I don't know why there's a baby here. This is a baby that is a Pinocchio. All right. A Pinocchio is not a real boy. This dragon is talking to you right now. This is your spirit guide talking to you, literally. Your spirit guide is showing humans like a Pinocchio. If the Pinocchio continues to believe lies, the pineal gland and the antenna that leads to your higher self and to God won't work. You will be stuck in the carnival. The carnival was always celebrated on November 11th. This is 11/11, predating medieval times. The carnival reflects an elephant that is taken, stolen from heaven, put into a place where they have to do tricks, and they're whipped and chained up and tied up in a prison planet. But the fairy godmother is this dragon that takes the Pinocchio and awakens the pineal gland like an egg. And this egg hatches, and suddenly you step into your true form, which is more like a dragon. A dragon looks like a bird. It has 2 horns. Sometimes it looks like a bull. It can be a shapeshifter. So this dragon is about you hearing God and obeying God. This dragon is about love. This is twin flame. This is your, not just your twin flame, but this is your mirror. Seeing that you aren't you. Your consciousness has the ability to be more than you. Your consciousness has the ability to be more than one person and to see more than just yourself. So this dragon is pushing you to do that. And if we don't see it, they push us in very mean ways. They are not nice. They will burn you to death. And so they insist that you hear truth and live truth. So this is male and female. This is twin flame, twin towers. Remember, the twin towers was terrible. Twin Towers fell 9/11. That equals 11. The Twin Towers looks like the number 11 sitting in front of a body of water. This is 11/11. So the twin flame Twin Towers is a death and a rebirth. And it helps us to die before we die. This means letting go of all of our beliefs from when we were here, letting go of all our emotions from when we were here, so we can abide in this new land, in this new consciousness, this new dimension, safely without being destroyed. You are the gold that the dragon will protect. So in alchemy, shifting from lead to gold, the golden light that emits from the train here will help you to step into your adepthood and become more than you are. Now, so that's your second dragon. Here's your third dragon. Your third dragon has this symbol, F. And then this other F that looks like this. It's strange. And all these Fs, so it says see again. It says see me. Just so you're not freaked out, at the original Adam and Eve, they say, is a seraphim dragon. It's half bird, half dragon, with horns like a bull. It's the story of Maleficent. When Eve was cut from Adam, this is a reflection that the wings were cut from from Maleficent. We became less, and then suddenly we had very limited lifespans. Before Eve was cut from Adam, we lived forever. So our original form is a reflection of this dragon. So you're into this phase of seeing not only you, but God. And not only God, but seeing that God can speak through anyone and everyone to help you. So you're going through, looks like threefold flame, possibly, learning to balance this within especially your thoughts, especially. So here you have a frog. This is Anubis. This is IF. This is an energy that emits from the sun. And we've entered into the energy of the sun. It's called infrared. And like a thief in the night or the bouncing of a frog, we went from a lower world to a higher world, and it seems to have something to do with towers, 5G towers. Our consciousness was literally, like lightning strike, bounced like a frog to this place. Because our consciousness is not limited to our mind. We have parallel lives. It's almost like, okay, you're in the same body, but time itself isn't the same. So the time was cut. Time was cut. It's like, I'll have to show you on another page. So yeah, 11 we died, 11 we rose again. You've been reborn. You're shifting dimensions. And there are people coming forward to basically tell you, sorry, I know this place is not easy. And the dragon was let out. This is the symbol in Revelation. We were let out of the realm of seven continents, 7 seas, 7 days in a week, 7 wonders of the world, 7 metals, 7 musical notes, 7 chakras, 7 wounds of Christ, 7 spirits of God, 7 scrolls, 7 seals, 7 deadly sins, 7 wonders of the world, 7 heavens. We were let out of 7 and put into the other number 7, which makes 14. And that's 9 and 5. So what Spirit is asking you at this time is for you to listen to your heart, become a seer, an oracle, bring these pieces back. You have this strange star. I believe this is Sirius B, the dog star. We are in the body of a female now. She is the invisible mother. She's invisible, and she's connected to the dragons. And there's some things that you have a contract with that's rooting you in the dark underworld, and you're being asked to go through the heart chakra. It says 32, but that's 23 spelled backwards. We have to let go of the dark underworld and who we were, and release everyone, because we're shifting time. And this frequency shift is happening within our hearts and then affecting our minds. And it happens in the invisible world. A couple of things that you're meant to do: prophecy, opening other people's hearts, understanding time shift, listening to Spirit, opening the pineal gland, and finally finding your balance. Here it looks like you're balancing things. When you find your balance through these 3 tests you're going through: number 1, realizing you have shifted; number 2, your twin flame, your double self; number 3, this is the Pinocchio, turning into a real boy. Your fairy godmother has come to turn you into somebody else. All right, so let's look at it in another way. I know it sounds funny, but I just can't the pain. Ooh, I'm leaving here tomorrow. Everybody, it says, somebody says, there's mama, I don't know if it's a grandmama or some kind of mama with a heart right here. Wants me to be what they want me to be. I'm not happy when I try to fake it. That's why I'm easy. I'm easy like Sunday morning. So here is a bald eagle, right? And the eagle is holding an egg. And out of the egg is a doorway. And the doorway goes out like a rainbow. It says, he. All right. And that is actually above your head. This piece right here is showing your gift and your power, because we see what you're going through. I see that your mouth is covered. It's time for you to open your mouth. This means you need to go ahead and start speaking the voice of God. You need to realize that you have the gift of prophecy. All you have to do is open your mouth. Let it come out. And then suddenly you're not you. You are the voice of God speaking through you. People will, and if God is for you, who can be against you? No one. So this egg that is opened up is illuminated from the inside out. You are also invisible. The dark ones cannot see you or detain you. You have a child here, I don't know why, in a bed. And there's some symbols that are coming forward, really talking about time and how time shifts like a piece of paper in a book that is layered. And you have somebody in your life that actually makes the flames worse. But this is meant to be. Like, I see somebody making flames grow, like a thing that you squeeze and it makes air and makes flames grow. This is not a bad thing. Sometimes things and energies comes into our lives to really push us into our adepthood. All right? So here, let's look at you. So here you are in a bath of water. And it's a wall. You're literally diminishing. This is good. You have an older woman coming forward here. People who come forward, that doesn't mean they're dead. They could be alive. You're alive. And they can come and talk to you. There's a wolf. There's this person and they are scrying like me. There's a television and there's energies coming out of the television. There's an anointing oil bottle. It's on fire. Yes, you should scry. Twice. I don't know why you have a young boy scrying, but there's somebody scrying, making a telepathic vision. You have a net over your head, like a soldier, like a chain link net. This means that you need to become a master of the net. You need to sit with your back straight and practice good posture. You need to see yourself as the goddess because you aren't you. See yourself as you, half spirit. You have been born again. You're an anointer. You have the anointing oil. You could get go ahead and ordain yourself, which wouldn't be very hard once spirit tells you to, and begin baptizing. It did say mama, and then it changed to amen. This is a god named Amen. And then it says, another name that ends with men, M-E-N. Maya, Maya, Mayan, Mayan. In this hand, you're also holding, see, your hands are very significant. Hands are very, they're always a communication from God. Hands are always very significant, all right? Being naked is authenticity. It's the great mother, this mother energy. And so anointing oils, anointing people, being a seer, baptism, and something to do with, it seems like mental, some kind of mental thing. You will help people mentally, but you're holding a scepter. The scepter keeps changing in front of me. There's an owl. There's a couple of owls. There's a deer, a doe, a deer. Oh, it's, okay. Well, I don't know who this is, but it's like somebody gave you, it's somebody holding a candle. You are a pillar of God. When I see a candle, it's somebody telling you you're a pillar of God, and you're holding a rosary. So here's the rosary. Goes like this. Goes down. The rosary goes down, down. And at the bottom of the rosary is a bumblebee. I don't know if you know this, but in ancient texts, the bumblebee is the voice of God. So, a rosary. I've never gotten into rosaries. I don't know if I even believe in the power of a rosary, but nonetheless, you have a rosary. And you still have that 5G tower next to your ear. And over your chest, it does say C. But the line in the middle of the E isn't there. So maybe it's a communication, because there's an alligator right here. So there's reptilian mind control going on, frequency-wise. Maybe technology, maybe you need negative ions, because positive ions, it messes with your heart chakra, and it's a reptilian agenda. And there's something about the tornado and the Taurus field going on. But it looks to me like you need an ally. You need a friend. This is what I saw in the in my mind, is you need an ally. See this person helping your hand? An ally. An ally. So allies come all over the place. Shamans call allies. You can call the spirit of water, which you're in, and you take a bow and you make this song during a certain time, and you can call the spirit of water. It can become your ally. A bug, they call lizards an ally. There are animals that can become your ally. The Holy Spirit can become your ally. A rosary is an ally. Anointing oils is an ally. This is an ally, doing this. To have an ally is to have someone holding your hand, so that if you crumble and fall apart, they have your back. And I think that you need to know that for some reason. I don't know anything about the god Amun. I know he's an Egyptian god, and I don't know why you have Mayan. But so let's talk about who you are and what you're going through, and then I'm going to make a card for you. And Spirit told me to give you, surprising you have the anointing oil, an emerald stone that you can open, And I'm going to put rose essential oil in it for you so you can open it up. This is an uncut stone. It is an emerald stone that reflects your emerald heart chakra. You wear it around your neck. It's high vibes. It'll give you 320 hertz frequency. I do sell these on my website, but for you, I'm going to give it to you. Because you're an anointer, you need an ally. You need to understand that there are allies all around you in the form of stones that give out life energy and frequency. Because it looks like you have a little bit of positive ions that are messing with your heart chakra, which is influencing your ability to see and hear God. So, this you wear around your neck with the rose essential oil that gives you 320 hertz, and the emerald color is your emerald heart chakra. Keep it with you. And you can, this necklace will help you have God near you. And I guess it's kind of like a rosary. I don't know. But let's explain what Spirit is saying to you. Take a picture here. You can screenshot it. If you don't get the picture while I'm holding it here, don't worry. I can send it to you via text in addition to sending it to you in the mail later. Also, this one right here, you will notice that you are rooted by gravity and the dark underworld, and you came from this place and you bounced, which means you've been born again. You're not in the same world. Let's talk about this. We all live on a realm that's kind of like a clock. Our soul is this circle. There's some kind of manipulation where our soul was cut like Adam being cut from Eve. And a piece of our soul may be down here or here as this moves around like a clock. One day you're here and then you wake up and you're not in the same place and you begin to experience the mandala effect. When you're born again, you come up here or you're up here and you begin to see and hear images of God or life energy, and you begin to realize, oh my gosh, some of these things I learned down here were not true. It's an awakening. There comes a precipice, though, when you've gone through the 4 pieces of ourselves, is connected to the black box of Saturn, 1, 2, 3, 4. When the black box of Saturn opens within you, you make the shape of the cross, which is in your piece, that look like Cygnus. When you have opened up, you have experienced 4 realms. And if you can flow with it in a divine way and really kind of raise your frequency to each realm appropriately, you will collect all 4 pieces of your soul, and suddenly you will crack open like an egg, and you will enter a new world. Now, once you've gone to the number 4, which is the 4th heart chakra, you may be asked to go to 0 point energy, which means you're no longer in the clock. This is what some people call the eye of the needle. It's 0 point energy where nothing is affecting you or infecting you. What I'm seeing what's going on with your current situation in life is you have bounced, you're in between 3 and 4. You're here. And you're learning stuff. What we learn often up here is that your body is a holy temple and an antenna. And your consciousness is a frequency like a radio wave or a telepathic vision. And your consciousness does not stay in one timeline. It can shift. Although you're in the same body, our consciousness shifts, time shifts, and you experience the mandala effect. So what you went through is, when we were born, we knew we had a physical body. As we were shifted, you became aware that you have an invisible self. Now, Christians call it being born again. Shamans call it your twice-born self. You become aware that there's an invisible world and an invisible voice. This is the mirror. Notice it looks like 2 people looking at each other in a mirror. That's the mirror. So this creates within your soul the Vesica Piscis. It is the mirror. It looks like a mirror. It is the baptism of water, the baptism of fire, the age of Pisces. It is the all-seeing eye. It is the Holy Grail. It is the Ankh of eternal life. It is the boat. Now, once you go through this rebirth, you enter the eye of the needle, which is the boat. While you're in the boat, you are removed from the world. You will be asked to fast from this world down here. You will be asked to not listen to propaganda, politics, anything that shames and blames your past or anything. You will be asked to forgive, because there may have been a reality that we were the jerks, experiencing it from another perspective, like an innocent perspective. Once we're born again, it's our responsibility to forgive it in totality and take it upon ourselves like a cross, the sins of the world, so that we can forgive it so completely that we become an empty Holy Grail, which births two birds. The first bird that will come into your reality is the black raven. The black raven is memory. So in Norse mythology, the black raven is known as memory. And the black raven will go out and say, should I think this? Should I believe this? Should I feel this? And every time the black raven will come back and you will not find your home. It's not until the white holy dove, the raven turns into the white dove, that we begin to see the invisible mother. This is the ladybug that's in your piece. The invisible mother will begin to speak to you and grow your soul, to help you to forgive and let go, and to balance you so that you can operate with your dragon without falling. Okay? So once you enter into the boat, you can only go into the boat 2 by 2, which means you have to be twice born, 2 souls. Your Adam connects with Eve again. When you're in the boat, you will find your spirit animal. And once you see your spirit animal, your soul grows like an embryo. This is the threefold flame. It's called the Triketra. This threefold flame must be balanced. It is pink, blue, and gold. So this is Adam, Eve, and your animal, which is spirit. This animal will manifest as a holy dove, a lion, a tiger, a dragon. And it's invisible. You can't see it, but it's there. It's the body of the holy dove. Once the holy dove teaches you how to think, you will learn to seek first the kingdom of God only. And all the things that you want for your physical body will be added unto you. You will learn how to operate your holy temple, your body, so that you affect your higher self in a positive way. Remember when Bastian began to cry, Atreyu's world began to crumble. So we have to seek first the kingdom of God with the energy of joy in order to work appropriately with the invisible world. Once you perfect this through male, which is giving, female receiving, and then spirit, which is hearing the invisible world, you will learn to hunt for power, to receive, and you will give only when you are asked to give in divine timing. And so this is a very big deal to learn to balance within yourself. Once you go through the 3, then you're going to go through the number 4, and this is where you become perfected. The 4 is when your holy dove finally finds the olive branch. This is the eternal flower. 1, 2, 3, 4. Baptism of fire, baptism of water, age of Pisces, age of Aquarius. And your holy dove has found your home. Once you find your home, you've balanced the 2 lower realms and the 2 higher realms. You are no longer going to be cut in time. You will be in such balance that you won't, your consciousness won't be cut. You will be aware of things happening. You won't experience death. You will have eternal life. So what happens here is when we go through the Triketra, we go to the number 4, that's the 4th flame. We find 4 pieces of ourselves. This is the allegory of Dorothy, once upon a time Dorothy, allowed her thoughts to go wherever it wanted, like a wild dog. And her dog went into the garden of a reptilian wicked witch. The reptilian wicked witch took her Taurus field, which is your ethereal net, like a tornado. So you have Taurus field, Dorothy, Taurus field, tornado, and pushed her into another reality. So Dorothy had to walk the yellow brick road, which is the golden age of Aquarius, from the beginning, like a young soul, like a munchkin sort of understanding. She had to meet 3 other friends. The Scarecrow, which is the cross, taking on the sins of the world, not knowing who you are. The Tin Man, the anointing oil, being frozen, and your heart not being alive like a Pinocchio. And then the Lion reflects fire and shame and blame, shaming and blaming everyone for everything. Finally, going to the 4th heart chakra with her and her 3 friends is the number 4. Your heart chakra is green. That's Emerald City. Once you go into Emerald City, scrub here, scrub there, you get cleaned. And this cleanliness is like a baptism of water and fire. This will awaken you to become a tall soul and to become a horse of many colors, like a coat of many colors. And so looks like a rabbit, and it's like a treble clef, and it's definitely a growing. Once you learn how to use your mind appropriately, your dog will begin to expose all that is false, like the great and mighty Wizard of Oz that was full of hot air balloon. There's the balloon right there. So, the land of Oz was false. We come from a false place, but we go there because we have to train to learn how to work our mind with spirit. Spirit couldn't do it without the flesh, and the flesh can't do it without spirit, so we had to go to the illusion world to be trained. Once you train your mind and your body to send your thoughts, your dog, to the kingdom of heaven, not the kingdom of hell, then you will ascend from Oz to Iris, the goddess of the rainbow. And Oz and Iris makes Osiris. The story of Osiris is Osiris's body was cut 14 times, soul was cut 14 times, 7 for her, 7 for him. And once we bring all 4 pieces together, like Dorothy, the Tin Man, the Scarecrow, and the Lion, these 4 pieces will 2 and 2 bring the number 14, which is the Holy Spirit, which means that we are operating ourselves in complete balance with God. We have now shifted our body into a holy, empty temple that God can use for holy purposes. And then you begin walking on water, raising the dead. And so this is what you're going through. You are in the threefold flame. You're going between the raven and the holy dove, and you are being taught in ruthless ways how to operate your body. Now, you're also being asked to be careful of positive ions, negative ions, and positive ions. Positive, negative. You are a negative ion emitter. Your tears are salty. Your sweat is salty. Heat on salt makes negative ions. The sun hitting the ocean is powerful negative ions. So your heart chakra really needs negative ions to appropriately operate. Why do we have an iPhone with a bite taken out of it? This is positive ions affecting our heart chakra. We need negative ions. Positive ions come from technology, like 5G towers, cell phones, computers, but also mold. Mold and bacteria is a positive ion. So if you have mold in your house, anything affecting you, with positive ions, you need to combat it with negative ions. What I do every day is I take a salt bath and I put my head underwater. You might want to sprinkle your food with Himalayan sea salt because it has over 84 minerals. Drink clean water only. And listen to frequency like 963 hertz frequency. And raise your pH. Your pH should be 7.0 to 7.2. Once your holy temple is operating absolutely powerfully, you may be asked by spirit to sun gaze with your eyes closed, or go into a spring with spring water or whatever. And you'll want to make sure that you are connecting with nature barefooted to absorb negative ions. This will help you to become powerful. Drink hot tea with honey and omit coffee. Coffee leaches water out of your system and makes you acidic. So drink hot tea with a lot of honey. Honey will help you become an oracle. So mold, mildew, bacteria are all positive ions, but including technology like cell phones, cell towers. So there is an agenda to put a hole in our Taurus field, which is the bite out of the apple, and you fight it by going out in nature and going underwater. Why did Harry Potter only hear the message of the golden egg underwater? Because frequency cannot manipulate you underwater. So you just have to fight back the reptilian agenda, how they have frequency, mind control, things going on, through knowledge, and knowledge is power. And so now you know why you have the cross here with the center, the 2 realms and the upper realms here. You have the salt. The salt is pouring on a lower realm, and there's frequency and infrared energy. And it's time to see. You're going through the threefold flame. You're going through a dimension shift. It will be time, 9-5 is the number 14, to become invisible. This means you say out loud, I am nothing and yet everything. I am no one and everyone. I don't have a belief. I don't have emotions. I am not low self-worth. I am not self-importance. I obey divine timing completely, and I don't question. And if I'm asked to jump out of a tree, I know I will be carried because I won't ever die. My consciousness shifts. And so go underwater and begin to open and crack open that egg through illuminating yourself from the inside out, the anointing oil, and you are being asked to get an ally. I don't know why you're the first person I've ever read for where spirit says you should find a spiritual ally. And allies come in the form of objects, nature, animals, and even people. So here is a man or a boy, I don't know if it's a man or a boy, that is a spiritual ally. You become a master of the net. Envision sacred geometry above your head. Sacred geometry is a protection. Behind every pleasure and every pain is a sacred geometrical shape. Anoint yourself. Anointing oils are an ally. Why you have this, I don't know. But these are allies that will protect you from any type of false tornado trying to mess up your Taurus field. And sometimes we want to blame our outer reality on ourselves or other people when really it's all about the unseen world. We don't fight flesh and blood. We fight principalities and powers. So I'm going to send you a card with your necklace. This is a message from your higher self to you today to say Happy Easter. And we will put this in the mail with your other pieces. me get a little smaller one. You can see yourself here. You have an Easter egg above your head. It has the letter M. Your face is becoming invisible. You look like an egg. It's invisible. You're actually holding an invisible egg. The Gospel of Philip says, when you become invisible or illuminated, the dark ones cannot see you or detain you. Now you look exactly like that goddess I saw in my mind, seated on a throne, glass slippers. You have a dog right next to you. This is the divine order of God. You have a man next to you. Somebody who helps you. The throne that you're sitting on is a book. You're being sent a daffodil. It has 4 flowers like the 4 pieces of your soul. You have a bird that looks like a toucan. There's a clock. It has a circle and 2 lines. It has a cross. You have a buck, a stag, and another flower. You will become a judge at some precipice in your spiritual growth. This means that once you perfect your development, they will have to go through the 1111, which is you, and they will have to learn. You will become like an oracle. This means that when people go through your energy, they will live in a dome, like a firmament, and you will be that stern judge. Why? Because you've gone through it. We came here to grow our soul in order to send people to this prison. See, there's somebody stuck in the book. They're stuck in there. The reason people go here to this prison is to become this. And you can't send people here unless you've been there. So you'll end up becoming a judge at some precipice. And there's your necklace again. inside the dome of your dress makes 2 rainbows. And this is a story that I know very well. It's called the myth of There's 2 rainbows that go up and 2 rainbows that go down. Your feet are 2 rainbows that are upside down. This is the upside down world. The right side up world are 2 rainbows that go up. And the Lady of Necessity gives people coins. And when souls come into your reality, they get a coin based on whether they are the black raven or the white holy dove. So if they are white as snow, they get to go to one of the 2 upper realms, which is the realm of truth and life. But if they aren't deceived and they don't hear God, then they are put into the 1111 carnival, which is the Pinocchio, and they go into the upside down world, which is the 2 rainbows upside down. They have to grow through that painful reality to become white as an egg for Easter. So you have a male energy that is a spiritual ally for you. And I will see what song comes for you for Easter. And I will put that in here, and then this will go in with your little gift today. Let's see what Spirit is saying for you. I'm gonna love you forever, forever and ever, amen. As long as old men sit and talk about the weather, as long as old women sit and talk about old men. If you wonder how long I'll be faithful, just listen to how this song ends. I'm gonna love you forever and ever, forever and ever, amen. Get it where you can see it very well. That letter M above your head is very significant. The letter W down here is very significant. And it has many, many meanings that I talk about a lot. Oops, there we go. There we go. Let's put it in an envelope. Here's your envelope that's going to go with it. There's your pieces there. And and that's you. See the letter M there? Let's talk. I'm ready to talk about what you... hello, Queen Karma. They have significant meaning for you? Oh, wow. Yes. I love that. All right, so I'm looking at your comments now. So anything that you have to add, we can just sit and chat. If you want to come, if you have 1,000 followers, you can actually sit and chat with me. You can, I can invite you as guest. And you can just talk if you want to, and talk about your piece and share with everyone what you're seeing. Oh, you have seen within visions. Oh, wow. Let me see if I have the ability to add you as guest. Oh, first of all, let me follow you. Okay, so you need to let me follow you, and then we can, if you want to come on the live and tell everybody about what you think about this piece, then you're welcome to. A couple of pieces, actually. You can? Okay, all right, let me see. All right, for some reason, you have to let me follow you. It has been requested for me to follow you. So you have to follow me and I follow you. Allow me to follow you, and then I'll be able to invite you as guest. Is that the god Amen, Ra, the sun god? Yeah, I don't know much about Amen. Do you, Queen Karma? I don't know. I mean, obviously it is the god Amen. I'm not that adept with, and I've never had the god Amen come before in my art. Not that I remember anyway. Okay. So you're going to go and accept the follow, and then you'll come back. Okay. That way we can go live together. That's what Spirit says. Oh, okay. Let me see. Any gods that begin with the letter A seems to have a good vibe to them for some reason. I don't know why. Just remember that I could be wrong in my interpretation. When you guys receive your originals, if you paid for an original to be sent to you, and you look, there's still, I don't paint these because you have the opportunity to see more. Like I see an anchor here. There's still more that can be seen. You can take this and see more, and it will continue to talk to you. So you look at this and kind of give your own understanding or your own interpretation. Make sure that you feel the vibes of this piece and apply it to you. I give you my interpretation, and I know that there are times when I could be wrong. Just be aware of that. Oh, Amen is Ra. Okay, so that would be the god R from Armenia. So the god R from Armenia was taken in the upside down world. So the real god in the right side up world is R. And R spelled backwards is Ra. So both of them are sun gods. The upside down world, his name is Ra. The right side up world, his name is R from Armenia. This is where the Ark was found. This is where Mary, who has M-A-R, this A-R energy in Mithra and all that. It's a sun god. And it's really, once we enter into the body of the sun, many of us enter into different rooms. Some of us are in the goddess of Freya, the body of Freya, or Emaya, or Gaia, or Haya. And some of us are in the male side. The way I think it actually works, from doing so many readings and looking at where you are and all of that, This is my temporary opinion. But we come from the upside down world that has two layers, right? Two places. And the upside down world, the name is Ra, but the actual name is R. Now the god of the moon is named Yah. So this is sun, moon. And R's name was Haya. That's the female side. So if you were put into a sorting room when you were born again, some people went into a place that is more female, and they often have names that begin with Frey, but they always end in Ya because it's a place that dominates this underworld. So you may see Freya, you may see Gaia, or Haya here. And then, of course, the Dogon tribe calls her the invisible mother from the invisible Dogon Series B, the Dog Star. Her name is Emma Ya. So really it would just be Emma Ya, Freya, Gaia. But you have Amen, which is Ra, right? Which means that you will be put over here. You've been sorted into the male side for whatever reason on this clock. Oh, you requested to join. Okay, there you go. All right, there you go. For some reason it's saying you aren't available, so hold on, maybe you're not back yet. Oh, toot, toot, toot. I don't see where you requested to join. You have a subscription. You requested again. Okay, let me see. It just keeps saying that you're not available. All right, let me see. Come on. Yes, her account is private. You're going to have to unprivatize your account. Otherwise, you won't be able to do it, I guess. So go to your settings and just temporarily take it off of private. Make it public just for this. Then we'll go live, and then you can put it back to private if you want to. Yes, but it looked like to me that the account was private. That's why I had to request to be friends. Yeah. Because I definitely want to hear what everyone has to say. Whenever I give you guys a reading, I want to hear, what's going on with that. Okay, there you go. You've been invited now. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, good.
Thank you. Thank you for
You're
being
welcome.
so persistent.
So,
Wow.
let's talk about the first piece where the train is. If I've known the dimensional train, I've seen it on the spirit realm. It's really connected to Polar Express, Harry Potter, The Matrix with Neo Anderson being stuck at the train station. And on the spirit realm, there's there's always a very tall angel that helps people onto this train. It's probably connected to who you are on the spirit realm. It looks like maybe you may be a train conductor because of how tall you are, like a tall angel.
Okay. Thank you.
But here's the thing: if we don't know what we do on the spirit realm, like for me, you can ask Queen Karma and many other people. I visit you on the spirit realm, my higher self. I have a double self that has the ability to see through your eyes. I can see your life. I can hear your thoughts. I can do many things because I train my body to become holy, so that I'm not ignorant to what's going on, and I actually heal people. My double has the ability to see if someone is going to die, and I lay on top of them and I heal them so that the event never occurs. You are a train conductor. You help people shift through time. And so you are holding time itself.
Hmm.
And but you have to go through these things with the dragons. And these dragons are going to be ruthless with you and really will fight you to the death until you do what they want you to do, because they want you to become powerful like that goddess I saw
Hmm.
in our visuals.
Yeah, I've really had this sense, especially when you drew in the other drawing the 5G tower symbol. And I believe you were drawing that on my right side.
Mm-hmm.
This has come up for me in some recent work with another healer, but I knew about it before then because my right side of my body has been affected, by various health matters. And so that's something I've been really working on my healing with physically. But I have felt there is something more there. I'm not getting the full picture of what I need. I mean, that's why I'm here because
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
it's not releasing, even though I am doing the work I know how to do to release it. It's as if I need more knowledge and more understanding of how to release that, because I know I'm a very powerful being and I have so much to offer. And this is what's holding me back right now.
Mm-hmm. Um, so you should go underwater every day. What I
Mhm.
was told by spirit is to make an Epsom salt bath or a salt bath. And just what I do is I listen to my meditations with like 963 hertz
Mhm.
binaural beats or whatever you feel led to, and put a loudspeaker right next to your bath. If you don't have a bath, get a blow up bath from Amazon. They're like $50,
Mhm.
and you allow that frequency to vibrate, and you do visuals of envisioning the grid of life design over your head, or a dodecahedron or some sort of sacred geometrical shape during this time. You go underwater. You allow yourself, I go underwater, I take a breath, I come back up, I go back under.
Mhm.
And what it's doing is it's the frequency that we get from, I don't know, where you'll hear a ringing in your ear. There's things that are happening in our world that is both good and bad, and
Mhm.
I'm being told to fight it by allies. So here's your ally. The bumblebee is not only about honey, it's about frequency and the sound of God. And here your ear has a 5G tower.
Mhm.
Um, so here you are in the water with the anointing oil, and you finding allies is a really good thing. Um, allies comes in very many forms, and I think that when spirit is talking about an ally, whether it's a rosary or an oil or water and salt, or going out in nature, sun gazing, or even you having a head protection. Every single piece, you have something protecting your head from inundated thoughts, feelings, psychic attacks, even.
Mhm. Yeah.
Um, you are an oracle, you are a seer, you should scry. Also, Spirit always tells everybody to scry because they're just like, whoa, we love it. Um, but here is on your right side is a 5G tower. So I don't know where you live, but it's seems to be um I don't know that it's all that negative. What I mean is,
Mhm.
here is the 5G tower on your right side, and yes, you're going through health issues. Many of us have gone through these major health shifts since I don't know when. Remember, COVID is means crown, or corona means crown.
Yes.
And the Corona crown is about protecting our heads because they have shifted us to another dimension.
Yes.
And in order for us to stay here and not be sick and die from these frequencies, we have to follow the voice of God about how to handle these frequencies. And what I'm being told and what you're being told is, um, number one, our heart eats negative ions. Your torus field must be um, not connected to the World Wide Web, the lower realm. You
Hmm.
cannot send your thoughts there. You can actually not even have a relationship with people who are in that lower realm. You will be
Hmm.
connected to them and you will suffer their sins, basically. You will adopt their illnesses. I've seen, if you think about someone too much, even if it's a famous person, you will connect to them and you will adopt their bad karma in some ways. So it's all about thought at this time. Seek first the kingdom of God, and all the things will be added unto you. Um, I don't know who this is, but sorry, not easy is definitely, I know it's not easy.
Hmm.
Queen Carmen and I were talking about how we had spine issues when we went through this shift. Major, I was in bed. And so you've heard me read about your ethereal net being connected to other people.
Yeah.
Hmm. Um, I don't see that you're that. You do have one person, but you have spirit guides like a Mother Mary energy, or like a female energy helping you. I see what's happening is you're battling your dragon. Let me show you what that looks like. And we could often blame the world and blame people when it's really your dragon. And so let me show you what that looks like. Like the unicorn will poke you in the heart and break your heart and like literally make you go through a lot of pain so that you release it. And so these are our spirit guides are kind of jerks. I'm sorry, but they are. But once you learn how to work with them and not work against them, see, here's the allegory of dying before you die, and then all of your thoughts are like black ravens. Um, so let me show you the dragon one. So you had the frog in your piece, and that is also an alchemical symbol of going from water to fire. And all your dragons are on the left side of your page. Um, and time is on the right. We will look at these things and consider, because you have to be like Sherlock Holmes when you're reading this. Okay, see this guy fighting the dragon? It'll
Yeah.
focus in a second.
I see.
Okay, so you're in the water, and there's the castle, right? So um, there's an eye, a secret eye there.
Yeah.
You can see the other eye there. This entire place is the dragon. Okay, but what you have to understand is when the dragon puts you through a timeline, think of them. Have you ever watched Handmaid's Tale?
Yes.
Okay, let's talk about The Handmaid's Tale. Here's how it goes. Everybody wants to get pissed off because they took this sweet woman and put her in a realm where she was under narcissistic control and she had no power and her heart was literally broken, right? But
Yes.
what they don't remind you is that she slept with a married man. His wife came to her and said, "Would you please not sleep with my husband and take my husband away? Yes, we're having problems, but I love him dearly." She begged her, please. But this woman literally asked him to sleep with her. He didn't ask her, she asked him. And so she went against the divine order of God. It was not natural to sleep with a married man. It was not natural to go against his wife. Yes, it was his decision, but yet she couldn't hear, she could not hear how to live her life. She could not hear God. And because we don't hear God, we can often get in such trouble that our dog goes into the garden of a reptilian wicked witch, and suddenly we find ourselves in the lower realm, and this is the realm known as Oz.
Mhm.
And so what she suffered was horrible. And so we have to fight our dragon. Our dragon will fight us until we hear the voice and obey it. Once we obey it, we will realize that our actions are a prayer. Cleanliness is next to godliness. We begin to clean our house, our car, our friendships, our relationships, our thoughts, everything, until we work with our dragon. Then we begin to ride our dragon in such precision that you will travel through time like a dimensional train.
Yes.
You will.
I've
Um,
been told, I was told this. I just
mhm,
didn't know how to do it. I mean,
mhm,
I guess I feel like I sense it sometimes, but it's just I don't have all the knowledge yet, or I haven't opened it.
mhm. Yeah, you have somebody in your heart that is a reptilian, like an energy, somebody you think about, someone who taps into you.
Hmm.
And what you have to do is the forgiveness act is not kind. Any You know a man by the fruit of their tree. Any tree that bears no fruit should be cut out and thrown into the fire.
Hmm.
So the lower realm, um, if someone is in Yah and they're in the lower realm, um, they can't hear God either. And
I,
so yeah,
I believe this is my brother.
okay. And what does your brother do?
He is he's an engineer. To me, he is very reptilian, and he he has worked in government programs, within, even, missile defense, etc. Um, we are not, we don't speak.
So it says CIA, and there's your brother. So your brother has his hand on your hand, and what are you supposed to be holding here? Whatever you were holding in this hand is he's not allowing you to hold it. Here's his hand on your hand. There's the Holy Grail, not the Holy Grail. I'm sorry, the anointing oil, the fire that you need. You're in the water. Of course, you need the fire. You're becoming invisible. If you are invisible, the dark ones can no longer see you or detain you. There's some sort of connection to some program where okay, let's say that's your brother. Why is your brother touching your temple? Why is there this next to your brother? Why is your brother putting his hand over your hand? Why does it say CIA? Why does it say he here? I mean, these, and then why are you here and then he's blocking you from here? So
Yes.
look, we don't fight flesh and blood, we fight principalities and powers, and some people are dominated by reptilians. They do not want you to ascend. They do not want you to go into the fire, although you've been through the water.
Hmm.
So what you have to do is, unfortunately, this is my temporary thing for you. Look within you and ask Spirit what you should do. What I have done is, like, for instance, I don't even like to speak the name of anyone that I've cut off in my life because it's called the Voldemort. When
Hmm.
Harry Potter had low self-worth and was sad because his parents died because Voldemort killed him, he kept looking in the mirror. And Dumbledore said, Harry, stop looking in the mirror. You are indulging in your own thoughts, your own feelings, your past, and you're having low self-worth.
Hmm.
Well, that didn't work. So then the Slytherin was brought in. Lose your mother and father, did you, Harry? Tried to use humor, tried to push him in an aggressive, ruthless way to stop being polarized, right? But he
Yes.
wouldn't. So then what did he do? He brought the Voldemort to heaven, Hogwarts. Now, that was never meant to happen. We are not meant to die twice. Harry Potter died from when he left the Muggles because when you go into an empty and broken house like Dorothy's house, the empty and broken house on Harry's 12th birthday was surrounded by the ocean. It was empty. It was broken. So here he was in the house, taken by the tall angel. You're the Hagrid, taken by the tall angel who puts Harry on the train, right?
Yeah.
But then Harry went to Hogwarts. He wasn't supposed to die again. They wanted to exile Harry from Hogwarts because you cannot get to heaven if you don't have the heart of a child and if you have not forgiven, which is ruthless. So we cannot bring Voldemort into heaven or else you die again. So Harry brought Voldemort into heaven. So Snape said, Harry, focus. Do not allow Voldemort to get into your head. Here's your brother in your head. Harry said, I can't do it. I feel so angry all the time, and started to see himself hurting others. Because what we don't realize is once we've ascended into this new world, we have the ability to see through other people's eyes, and other people have the ability to see through ours. And
Uh-huh.
if we focus on the world of the dead or principalities and powers we are unaware, we are inviting them in our minds, and by extension, our ethereal net, and by extension, they come into this world with us where they weren't really supposed to. They're not allowed to.
I see.
hmm So, so what we have to do is, unfortunately, cut them out of our lives by deleting their phone number, blocking them, Facebook, every social media. Action is a prayer. Getting rid of all their photos, everything. If they're gone, they're gone. And I'm so sorry. But what did Christ say? They said, Lord, what do we do about our families when they want to take we want to take our family with us? And he said, let the dead bury the dead. He
Yeah.
said, if you don't hate your brother, your mother, your sister, your own life, you won't make it. So what did Harry have to do? He had to die again. And where did he end up when he died again? The train.
Mary,
So,
can I
yeah.
share more? The bald eagle is the symbol of my father. It was his
Oh,
favorite thing.
okay.
I have the bald eagle magnet. I'm looking at it right now that I gave him
Mm-hmm.
once, and after he passed, was given back to me by my mother. This bald eagle, my father, the lineage of my gifts has come, I know, through my grandmother, who I hardly knew, who was
That's
his
her.
mother. Yes,
That's her. But then your
yes.
father is over here. This is your dad here.
Yes, I thought so.
But
It
that
it
was your
looks
dad
like him.
here.
It
Mm-hmm.
looks like him.
That's him,
And
and then that's him.
this M is his name.
Okay.
Starts with M. The W is a symbol that came to me in meditation in probably 2019 or 2020. It was 2020. It was after coronavirus started, and I saw this symbol with those colors you mentioned, blue and rose and gold. And I drew it. That was exactly what it was, and I interpreted this as a symbol of three guides. Maybe this is the three dragons. I don't know, but this
Mm-hmm.
symbol, the W, I've also come to make a connection with the constellation of Cassiopeia. I don't quite fully understand that what that has meant yet. One day in my car, I have a ring. I was wearing this ring. The light hit the ring, and the refracted light made a symbol of this W right in front of me. I was astounded. I just want to share this with you in case it brings anything.
Um, it's a star. So the M is a star. You can see here. The W is the bottom of the star. It has something to do with you as a star seed. It's there's some kind of significance as to this clock and a star. So you know a star has 5 points, but if you go this way, it's an M. If you go this way, it's an M. If you go the other way, it's a W. If you go this way, it's a W. It's connected to Solomon and the Star of David and many other things, but really it's about this. That um, okay, so in Freemasonry, you have this symbol. This is the master
Yes.
of the net.
Yes.
When we live in a dual reality, which means we only see half of the truth. If you put this in a mirror, it actually makes MW.
Ah.
And MW is master of the world. There's a lot of secrets that go with this. When it's MM, you see like so many logos that are famous, like McDonald's, the Marriott symbol, and even Mickey
Yes.
Mouse. Mickey Mouse, and this MM is Mithra and Mary. It goes back to Armenia. There's a lot of things. And then the people who are in the illusion, they are in the Wicked Witch of the West, which is the World Wide Web.
Ah,
Understanding this makes you a master of the net. And Jesus said, I cast my net to be a fisherman of men. This Christ energy, whether allegorical or not, um, or metaphorical or not, is an Egyptian concept of being a master of the net. When you're a master of the net, you're a master of the world, and you're no longer in this lower realm. You are actually an astral traveler doing things in a divine way. And there are, people who corrupt all of these truths, religions, all of that have become corrupt all over the world. But for you to understand, there's a lot that goes along with MW that are
okay.
secrets. Yeah. But so you can't see fully because of the reptilian
Uh-huh.
cutting them out of your life. I do a forgiveness ritual where I face all four corners and I just look, you can forgive and love, but don't let them come back in your mind. you know and if spirit brings them back to you because you're a lighthouse and you have become so illuminated that lost souls work their way through facing their fears and they come forward, perfect. But if not, you don't ever come out from being a lighthouse, which is the train, to go down to the lost souls and suffer them. That's not, we don't do that anymore. We become a lighthouse, and if lost souls also become illuminated, this is what your dad is telling you. You see that light ring, the
Yes.
ring that's full of light?
Mm-hmm.
You have the same thing. A light that's a ring, a light that's a ring on their head also, and then your hand actually makes kind of like a ring. But he says it's about time. Now, I don't know how that works because you have the letter W here on your fingers with this time. You're going to have to be like Sherlock Holmes and figure this out because it's absolutely answering you.
Okay.
But tell you the truth, you came from the number 7 this way, and now you're in the number 7 backwards. So
It's
you're in another world.
yeah, the day of my birth adds up to 7.
Okay. A lot of truth here.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you've been judged by Anubis. This means that your heart was weighed against that of a feather, and you are going through the fire. And the thing that's blocking you from the fire is a reptilian.
Yep.
And look, you don't have to be angry. You don't have to judge him. You could have been him. He could be a mirror of a
Right.
piece of yourself that coexists. You don't have to be mad or anything. You
Uh-huh.
just have to cut the Voldemort out, and for some reason, it's blocking you.
Uh-huh. Yes.
And get an ally. I don't know why they're telling you an
Yes.
ally. I don't know about rosaries. I don't know about any of this, but it looks like your grandmother has the flame.
She,
This is a
she
light for you.
she very likely held a rosary. I am not Catholic. I don't identify with rosaries, but I believe this is
Yeah.
coming from her.
Okay, because it is along her line.
Yeah, she came from the Catholic Church, but from the Irish. So,
Yeah. Um, I would say more. Sometimes I get scared to say things because
it's okay.
um, 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 but I'll just say it. See, this is the left-hand side here, and she has the big bad wolf on her head.
Mhm.
Oh, grandmother, what big eyes you have. This is, to me, it's saying that our mother and our father and our grandfathers come to us as humans to raise our souls, and according to this, she was a dragon all along in disguise.
Mhm.
Some people aren't who we think they are. They may live a human life, but grandmother with big eyes you have as the big bad wolf, she wasn't bad at all. What she's saying is, um, I came here to help you grow into and for you to be here. You are here because of me, your father, everything. And
Yes.
there is something about this dragon energy, and that they are your ally on the spirit realm
Yes.
with the frequency of God. Get into 963 hertz and frequencies so that you can get fully out of the water and get into the fire,
I
which
will.
he has on his shoulder. Let's say, excuse me, whatever you're doing with the government, that is not yours. All right. You cannot bring these people up with you. They want to come up with you. Not okay. Not okay to block you. So cut
Yeah.
them out and do it, in divine timing.
Thank you.
Well, you're
So
very
much
welcome. And you'll
gratitude.
have to look into the Mayan and all of this stuff here. I don't know. This is something that should be researched, but um your father came through, your grandmother came through, the eagle came through, the egg came through. It's Happy Easter, and you get an Easter card along with it,
Thank you.
and of course an anointing, because this is probably going to go along with that necklace here. This is from your grandmother.
Yes.
So grandma
It's
says, I'm going to be with you.
it's truly divine timing. I considered doing this with you for I don't know if it's been 6 months, 9 months, and I knew that the when it happened it's divine timing.
Yes.
Thank you.
Well, big love from me to you. The next time you feel like you are hitting a precipice or a wall and you know you've cut your blocks out, whatever's affecting you is frequency. And so, sun gaze with your eyes closed, ground, go swimming underwater, put yourself underwater, and realize that the dragons are manifesting outside of you, and all you have to do is, well, you're gonna have to be like the queen, off with your head. If you come into my kingdom and you bring drama and negativity and try to pull me underwater, off with your head. You cut them out. And then you're
Yes.
going to be the good queen, which is the white queen. And the white queen invites joy and the kingdom of God and the good people in to do great things. You'll balance that dark and light within you. And then at a certain precipice, you may want to get another reading to make sure that you're fully out of the water.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Thank you.
Just make sure to send me your address. I will mail this out by next week, and you can continue to see more things in here, especially from your father.
Yes.
Okay,
I texted you my address. So
okay, good. All right. All right,
thank you.
darling. Well, I love you. And if you want to stay
I love
tuned,
you.
John is about to come on to talk
I'm
about the power of observation.
yes, I'm very excited. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll talk to you later. Thank you for being here.
Bye.
Bye. All right, guys, that was amazing, wasn't it? It just goes to show that spirit is always there. Spirit has truths that are the unseen world. We can look it up on Google, we can look it up in the encyclopedia, we can see things through dreaming, but all of you guys stepping into becoming an oracle should know that there is no such thing as death. Our loved ones are with us. They may not be who we think they are. Haha. Like our grandmother may be a dragon that came to birth you and grow you into someone that you're meant to be. All we have to do is cut off all that is false and follow truth. Now, as we speak that, let us go ahead and flip these pages. I'm actually going to pull these out to make sure I know me, I forget. And we're going to invite John because John is so excited. I can just feel him right now jumping up and down. Like, I gotta tell you, I gotta tell you, I gotta tell you, oh my gosh. He's going to tell us something that, and I'm getting a ringing in my ears right now, that is going to help us make a leap, hopefully fully out of the lower realm into the higher realm and step into our adepthood and escaping jerk world. I call it jerk world. You can call it whatever. But welcome to the power of observation. with John. Let's get John on here. Let's see, where are you, John? Oh, the time may be the Mayan calendar. I'm looking at your comments now. Thank you, Queen Karma. Yes, time may be the Mayan calendar. I didn't even think about that. See, you guys think about things I don't. We couldn't do this. I couldn't do this without you. This is not my art. This is your art. This is our art. We're doing this together. I'll say, here's Johnny. Trying to find you. Where are you? Do, 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 do. Yes, thank you, True to You. Subscribe to Mary Moses Art on YouTube, and you can rewatch this entire video. So if you feel overwhelmed by seeing deceased loved ones come forward, seeing your spirit guides, seeing the ascension, and all these hidden things, if it is overwhelming you, watch the video and allow it to enter into your consciousness, and just, it is not for me to make you believe anything. It is for me to push you into hearing spirit within you. All of the answers are within you. And this is my only purpose, is to push you into your power and to help you out of a dark world. Does anybody see John? Let me see if I can. Oh, let's see. Not yet? Okay. He just texted me and said, I'm ready to go live whenever you are. If I click out of here to text him back, I'll lose signal, and I don't want to lose signal, because sometimes it's hard to get the signal back. Does any one of you guys have John's text? You can text him and say, Mary's already there waiting for you, John. I feel like you're flying with the angels. I think that we are all going to, and we're all becoming so much stronger than what we used to be. Oh, you have his email? Okay. All right, let me text him. I'll be right back. Okay. Hey, it didn't even glitch. You're so welcome. Hey, if you guys see Yaya on here, it's usually Yaya, she's always on here. I did her Easter picture yesterday, and she never sent me her address. I mailed out 4 of your gifts yesterday, the Easter gifts, and the 5th one was Yaya. She never sent me her address, so if you see her, let me know. Yay, glitch free. Yeah, Yaya. Loretta. Hello, Yaya Loretta. Make sure that you send me your address on the text so I can send you your present tomorrow. Or what day is it? No, not tomorrow, Monday. Oh, you emailed it to me. Okay. Then I need to go check my emails. If you guys email me, just know I will check that last. I always check my texts first, then my emails last. So if you're like, Mary doesn't love me, yeah, I just don't love emails. I just get so many. But I'll check it and I'll mail it out Monday, darling. Take my hand and we shall go through this day with brightness and without fear. Stay bright. Oh, I love that. You guys, please follow Sir Shitshot. Good one. Please follow them. That's a wonderful comment. We should all be following each other. Your emails are such a mess, Opal Star. Me too. I just get so many advertisements and all of that. It's hard to clean up. Last night you saw a dragon in the clouds. I'm so excited. Oh, that's so awesome. I love that. John should be coming any second because he just liked my comment on my text. It's like we need to have an opening for John. John, here's your ballerina. When the ballerina's done dancing, you should be here. There you go. Hi, John. You made it just at the end of the song.
I was waiting for my ballerina to start.
Hello, John. So glad that you're here. This class is called The Power of Observation While John Talks. I may write down what he says just so you can see it in a visual. If anything that John says gives me an inspiration to create a piece where we can see what Spirit is saying in addition to what John is saying, then I will be doing that. But in the meantime, I'm going to bring John up to a larger view so you can look at John and listen to John. And then you guys get a pencil and a pen and begin writing these things down. Also be aware that this video is recorded on my YouTube channel, Mary Moses Art. And from there, we will give it over to my best friend, John.
Oh, thanks. You're making me blush. Okay, so wait, real quick, Mary, tell me if you guys see me right side up or upside down. I'm trying to keep my camera charged. So am I right side up to you guys?
Yeah, you're right side up, John.
Excellent. Okay.
No, you're not. You're upside down. I was lying.
Shit. Okay. Okay, so what we'll do is that when I run out of juice, I'll deal with it. So,
okay.
Okay. Hi, everybody.
Hello.
Thank you everyone for coming. Mary, thank you for hosting this. You guys, my name's John Michael. I go by John Michael 1111 on TikTok. And today is going to be kind of a really special day in terms of these lives, because everything that we've covered together, Mary and myself, has kind of led up to the information that we're going to go over today. And when I tell you, this is information that I have not heard anywhere else. This is information that I've been able to piece together through observation, which is why we're talking about observation so much. And this is the day where for me, I've been excited about this day since the beginning of my awakening in 2017. I haven't gone through it like this in this order to tell the story yet, because I wanted to make sure I was setting up the foundation first so that it all made sense. Because I think a hugely important part of this awakening is remembering who we are. And you need to be able to get enough details or enough knowledge that resonates with what's already structured in there in order to anchor a belief, in order to change your reality, right? And so that's what the goal of this is. Today, this is the opportunity for everyone to be like, holy S. This is it. Okay, this is how we do it. Okay, and I'm going to reveal a very specific way for us to shift everything today. Okay, real quick, Mary. Oh, you know what? Never mind. I've already got it. Okay. So again, my name is John Michael. A little bit of background about myself for those of you that I haven't met before. My background is in science. I did my bachelor's and my master's degree in microbiology, and I specified in bioinformatics for my thesis. So I've got a very left brain, okay, logical thing. I like to see things in proof. I like to make things that connect. science always, not everything connected. And in 2017, when I started taking some virology classes for fun. I'm a nerd too, brutal, but whatever. I'm glad I embraced it because it led me to quantum mechanics. And when I started with quantum mechanics, I realized that when you get that small, the rules of physics change. They change completely, and I immediately saw connections to energy work, things like Reiki, witchcraft, astrology. All of it is real, according to quantum mechanics. So once I found that, it went from there. And what I specifically was drawn to were sacred geometry and symbolism. And then I met my friend Mary Moses, who did a reading for me with her looking glass. I want to say this right now so that this is understood. The way that the world works right now is that we have to see to believe, right? Proof is seeing, right? But just like Santa Claus says, seeing is not believing. Believing is seeing. And that's because right now we put the electric, which is visible, in front of the magnetic, which is invisible. And the reason that's incorrect is because magnetism, right, the invisible, is the power supply for the electric, which is visible. Okay? So, having said this about the way I look at things with symbols and sacred geometries, the way that I learned everything was through those things. And we would not be having this class today. I would not be sharing this knowledge, Mary and I, with everybody, if it wasn't for Mary Moses. Period. That's how it is. So I want to be very clear that the reason Mary and I do these lives together is because it literally is a pretty spot-on representation of right brain, which is Mary, spiritual, magnetic, and left brain, which is John, electric, rational, can see it, right? Mm-hmm. It's the two of those combined that give the whole picture. And so none of this at all would be going on today without Mary's help, including the last part of this that I put together today, I got from Mary on Thursday when she did a reading for my better half. And I'm not kidding. And Mary, wait till you see this.
I can't wait.
So having said that, in my career, I have been a pharmaceutical sales for 20 years. I learned to be able to watch what people say or their actions versus listening to their words. Because words can represent a thought that hasn't been manifested yet, right? But actions always tell you the truth of what somebody's intentions are because they go to the trouble of doing something, right? So if the actions and the words don't match, then we don't have the truth. So I use that concept in reviewing different sources of spiritual knowledge to piece together where are they the same and where are they different. We did the same thing in science to find an open reading frame, or we used ribosomes are part of your cell that translates mRNA into protein, right? You need that ribosome in order for life to continue. We went to the ribosome because we knew if there was ever a change in the ribosome, life would end. So we knew that there was a conservation of sequence in ribosome. That's the same way I did this. I looked to see what sequences were conserved because I knew then that those had to be true, right? The places that were different is where I started to piece together, and that's how we got to where we're at today. So, nice to meet you, everybody. Mary, Mary speaks for herself. I blows my mind daily, and she's incredible. So, Mary, thank you so much for the opportunity, and you already know I love you to death. Our partnership with this has been just extraordinary, and I think today is we're going to start to see some of the fruits of it outside of ourselves. So, everybody, grab a pen and paper. We're having a pop quiz. This pop quiz, no one freak out. It's not like a quiz in school. Our Hogwarts class is not like that at all. There's no grading. What this is designed to do is this is an observation test. So last week what we were talking about is listening to the lyrics of songs, right? We know for a fact now that there are codes hidden in the lyrics of songs, okay? I'm going to play a song in full, and I'm not going to say a word until the end. We're not going to go through it like we did last week. After the song is over with, I'm going to ask 3 questions for you guys to answer, and I would like to see you guys type the answers into the comments so that we can have a discussion about it. And that's how we're going to start this off because it leads us right down the path that we're going today. So here we go. Everybody knows this song, I'm sure.
you where you been. I could show you incredible things. Magic, madness, heaven, sin. Saw you there and I thought, oh my God, look at that face. You look like my next mistake. Love's a game, wanna play. No money, suit and tie. I can read you like a magazine. Ain't it funny? Rumors lie, and I know you heard about me. So hey, let's be friends. I'm dying to see how this one ends. Grab your passport and my hand. I can make the bad guys good for a weekend. So it's gonna be forever, or it's gonna go down in flames. You can tell me when it's over, if the high was worth the pain. Got a long list of ex-lovers, they'll tell you I'm insane. 'Cause you know I love the players, and you love the game. 'Cause we're young and we're reckless, we'll take this way too far. It'll leave you breathless, or with a nasty scar. Got a long list of ex-lovers, they'll tell you I'm insane. But I got a blank space, baby, and I'll write your name. Cherry lips, crystal skies. I could show you incredible things. Stolen kisses, pretty lies. You're the king, baby, I'm your queen. Find out what you want. Be that girl for a month. But the worst is yet to come. Oh no, screaming, crying, perfect storms. I can make all the tables turn. Rose garden filled with thorns. Keep you second guessing like, oh my God, who is she? I get drunk on jealousy, but you come back each time you leave. 'Cause darling, I'm a nightmare dressed like a daydream. So it's gonna be forever, or it's gonna go down in flames. You can tell me when it's over, if the high was worth the pain. Got a long list of ex-lovers, they'll tell you I'm insane. 'Cause you know I love the players, and you love the game. 'Cause we're young and we're reckless, we'll take this way too far. It'll leave you breathless, or with a nasty scar. Got a long list of ex-lovers, they'll tell you I'm insane. But I got a blank space, baby, and I'll write your name.
Okay. Here's the first question. In the song Blank Space by Taylor Swift, who is the bad guy?
Did she say Starbucks?
I don't think so. But maybe. I don't know. We are going to talk about mermaids today, so whatever you just saw, keep in mind. Okay, so guys, write down if you guys write down your answers in the comments, okay? Who is the bad guy in that song? They both are, I see. It's a choice, okay? She is, the player is, both. Okay, good. So this is what's beautiful about this. There's no right answer. It's just all perception. And your answer, what it is a reflection of your own personal experiences, your inner subjective reality. Okay, so there's no wrong answer. Okay, so we saw a little bit of everything. Okay, next question. Who is the good guy? Basically the opposite of the other one, right? We already covered that. That should have been a second question. Hello, John. Okay, and now here's the last question. No bad guys. Love that, Super Mama. That's right. There are no bad guys. It's all your perception. Or they're all bad guys, right? So here's the last question. According to this song, is love the best emotion in the world or the worst emotion in the world? We choose to allow ourselves to suffer or not by playing the game, right? Both. Worst, both, whatever you make it, right? Okay, so yeah, that's exactly right. You could even say that according to the timing in the song, right? At the beginning of the song, she was happy, right? Had a full heart. Then she moved on, some things happened, and her heart got broken, right? So bottom line is this. Is it worth experiencing a full heart if you know eventually it's going to break? Because we all die, right? So what do you guys think? Is it worth experiencing a full heart if you know it eventually will break? In the song, she says, quote, it's going to be forever or it's going to go down in flames, right? It's going to be forever, representing the best, or the element of water, right? Because water is forever. That's the medium of spirit, right? Or it's going to go down in flames, a broken heart, the worst, which represents fire. And I thought that was interesting. And I remember the songs was codes, right? So what does fire represent? Fire is the energy of transformation, right? The world ends with fire and it begins with fire, right? It's the transformational energy of spirit, right? So that means a transformation or a rebirth or an awakening or a shift to the fifth dimension is going to somehow involve fire, which is the end and the beginning, right? So here's the question. If someone's heart is going to go down in flames, whose heart is it? Whose heart needs to go down in flames? I want to see what you guys think as of right now, because I'm going to give you the answer throughout this lesson, through this live. Who do you think, whose heart needs to go down in flames? Ours, mine, the player, both. Okay, the one with the lesson to learn, the players. Okay, good, the players of the game. That's true. What if I told you guys that, in my opinion, it's not her or him or anyone in the song. It's somebody else. It's not the players of the game. It's the maker of the game. So on to the lesson. Here we go. Okay, so everything. So I don't know if you guys have seen some of my other TikToks, but one of the things that I talk about is that when it comes to spirituality, I strongly believe that we are not dealing with a trinity of forces. So Father, Son, Holy Spirit, Osiris, Isis, Horus, however you want to look at it, right? I believe it's a quad. So instead of Father, Son, Holy Spirit, I believe it's Mother, Father, Daughter, Son. That's what I believe, because that's balanced. That's balanced in an equal way, all right? Based on that and a bunch of other things, we'll answer questions later. And I would like to answer as many questions as possible over time, because that, like I said, that's important for anchoring a belief. Everything in our experience here then is mirrored from 4 different kinds of energy, right? The electric, the magnetic, the dielectric, and the diamagnetic, okay? If you guys have seen any of my TikToks, I talk about the electromagnetic imprint that we get comes from where the stars and the planets are in the sky at our time of birth, okay? We call that our zodiac sign. All the way through. Every planet shows you where it's at, right? That imprints us with those energies from the stars, which are spiritual properties that make us behave a certain way, think a certain way, feel a certain way, all right? But then, what are the other two, dielectric and diamagnetic? What those come from is your name, the letters and the sounds of your name. Why do that it correlates with why we see people have 3 names, right? A first name, a middle name, a last name. There should be a fourth. We're going to get to that too, with giving ourselves our 4th name to complete the quad. But we need to know this before we get there. So what I'm saying is that all of that together is combined in one representation, and that representation is the zodiac wheel. Now, I realized this last week. This is backwards to you guys, right?
Yes.
Okay, so
yeah.
let me try something. Okay. Now.
Yeah, now it's right.
Okay. The problem is I can't see you guys now. So is it in the
Yeah.
It's perfect right now, Mary, in view?
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
It's perfect.
Okay. So guys, this is what I'm going to teach today is that symbology. Okay, the reason symbols are important is because symbols encode sacred geometry, right? When there are 2 lines that come together to meet at a certain point, it creates a new energy. And there are the beings that trapped us here knew how to do this very, very well. which is why this is so important. It literally is the key to all four energies: electric, magnetic, diamagnetic, and dielectric. Okay. For those of you that aren't familiar, we're going to run through this real quick. So these are the zodiac signs. We start out in the spring with Aries, the ram, Taurus, the bull, Gemini, the twins, Cancer, the crab, Leo, the lion, Virgo, the virgin, Libra, the scales, Scorpio, the scorpion, Sagittarius, the archer, or he's a centaur, Capricorn, the goatfish, Aquarius, the water bearer, and Pisces, the fish. Okay? So based on where you were born, the time and place you were born, those will imprint on you for that lifetime so that you can experience things from a different perspective, okay? Now, here's where it starts to get interesting, okay? The original zodiac was not 12 signs. It was only 8, okay? It looked like this, all right? It was an octagram. Okay, 8 is a perfect number because it's 4 by 4, which is why all of our music is in octaves, right? It's not in an octave, it sounds very off, right? Certainly 7 does not fit the bill. That's why the 8th note is always the first note repeated over again. So here's what happened. You could see that at each one of these corners, there is some other strange symbol, right? These are the stargates. All right, these stargates are portals that open for a period of 20 days when the energies of 2 different signs overlap. Okay, so starting up here, we're going to start up here. This is called the fire abyss. Okay, the name of the constellation is the Haro, and it is created by joining together, combining Leo and Virgo. Okay, the next one is the water abyss. Okay, the water abyss is a constellation called Pegasus, and that is by combining Aquarius and Pisces. All right. The next one is called the Golden Gate. The constellation is called Ophiuchus. That is created by combining Scorpio and Sagittarius. And the final one is called the Silver Gate. All right. This is the constellation Orion and is created by combining Taurus and Gemini. Okay. This is how they split 8 into 12. This was the original sign. They split it half and half, heads and tails. One side became Taurus, one side became Gemini. This one right here, Virgo and Leo, and so on and so forth. So the original 8 was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. But they took each one of these and they split it into 2. 8 became 12. Okay, so the octagram became the dodecagram, which was 12. Okay, and then they further stretched the dodecagram, the circle, into an egg, which created, there's the cross. The angle of this right here, the top part is 90 degrees. This is 60 degrees, and you can see that's where the Masons get their really nifty ruling.
Yeah.
Okay. So, having said that, Mary, now I can't see anything, so whenever you have something to add, please just jump in, okay? Because I can't see anything, but I want you guys to see.
Sure.
Okay. So, there are 12 signs, okay, as of right now, right, that we have to deal with. The reason they made 12 signs is because it correlates directly with time, okay? The way we are able to move through space is by time. So space is the x-axis or electric, and y is the y-axis is time or the magnetic component, okay? That's how you get zodiac imprints to be electromagnetic. So the 12 signs of the zodiac correlate with the 12 hours of the day, okay? Now, the path of the sun and the moon don't move around the earth in a circle. They move in an egg shape, which is why they call it the world egg, all right? The ecliptic is what they call the pathway of the sun and the moon that passes over specific stars in the sky, all right? These specific stars in the sky are connected together in such a way so that they combine individual energies of each star that they use, which are spiritual energies, to produce a zodiac sign, all right? So there are 12 zodiac signs that are on the ecliptic pathway, and that's what we call the zodiac signs, okay? However, there are, can you see this still? Am I doing all right?
Yeah.
Okay. There are 12 zodiac signs that the ecliptic pathway touches. However, there are 48 additional signs, constellations in the sky that do not touch the ecliptic. All right. Each zodiac sign, which is all 12 of them, is constructed by combining selected stars from 3 different constellations. I never knew that before. So here's how they change it. Okay, this is exactly how it gets changed. So you have 12 on the ecliptic, right? And then 48 in the sky. 48 plus 12 is 60. There's your 60 minutes in an hour. Okay, goes back to time again. So 12 zodiac signs versus 48 constellations equals 60. All right, now 12 hours equals 60 minutes. I jumped ahead. So here's kind of a visual of how they do it. These aren't real constellations. This is just for illustration, okay? So if you have 3 different constellations, right, A, B, and C, they have a name, they have a story, all that stuff. It's all important. I'm going to explain. You'll see why in a little bit. So if this is the ecliptic path, right, the sun and the moon, right now the sun and the moon moving through this, right, it would not affect us at all, our bodies and our souls, because it's not moving past these stars. So it wouldn't pick up these stars' energy. However, if they took these apart and then used specific stars from each one and then connected them in a way so it does cross the ecliptic, now all the ones that are touched within this are part of a new zodiac sign, and the properties of the energies is based on each one of these stars. This is how they messed with the zodiac to make new signs. Okay?
Yeah.
All right. Having said that, the Anunnaki, okay, the Anunnaki were able to alter the energies of the stars by creating a mirror image of the Andromeda galaxy, okay? The reflection of the Andromeda galaxy. The Milky Way is the exact inverse of it, okay? That's what Milky Way is. Inverse technology allowed them to alter our original duality, which was all higher frequency vibrations, into a newly distorted fallen duality. It allowed them to change the composition of star energies, to create new zodiac signs with energies that impact consciousness. And I talk about in one of the videos where I talk about spirit being a circle, etheric being a triangle, and physical being a square, how they mimic spiritual energies with etheric energies, okay? So the 60 constellations in the sky, right, out of those, 12 of them go into zodiac signs that pass the ecliptic. Here's the important thing to know. The ecliptic path of 12 zodiac signs is equivalent to your spinal column. So the zodiac signs start at the top of your head with Aries, goes down to your feet to go Pisces, but then it goes up, back, halfway up to your heart, and it repeats itself. All right, we'll get into that another time, but that has a correlation with our DNA structure and everything. It's wild. So this is how it affects us. It affects our central spinal column, which is everything that we are, right? So there are 48 additional constellations in the sky. 60 minutes equals 1 cycle of time, or an hour. And this is how consciousness experiences space. So we talked about that already. The reason time is equated to the zodiac is because it's on the y-axis, okay? While space is the x-axis. So now, here's where it gets interesting. Okay, so really quickly, can you see the whole page?
No, pull it back just a little bit. There you go.
Okay. I'm going to review this really quickly for anybody that doesn't know the zodiac super well. So first sign, Aries. Aries is the ram or the goat. Each of these, so the stars you could think of as spirit. The planets is the next level down, right inside of a star, or rotates around a star. So you could think of the planet as the etheric level. And then the physical level is us inside of the earth. So every time you go down one, it's a new level. So stars are spiritual, planets are etheric, physical is us inside of the earth. All right. So the planet for Aries is Mars, and here's the symbol. Taurus is the bull, represented by Venus. Here's the symbol. Gemini, the twins, represented by Mercury, the symbol. Cancer is the crab, represented by the moon. Leo is the lion, the sun. Virgo, the virgin, another Mercury. Libra, the scales, another Venus. Scorpio, the scorpion, Pluto. Sagittarius, the archer or the centaur, Jupiter. Capricorn, the goatfish, Saturn. Aquarius, the water bearer, Uranus. Pisces, the fish, Neptune. These symbols and these symbols tell us a ton, and I'm going to show you why. Part of
Stephanie says that people are complaining in the comments that they can't see the full page. Are you going to post these pages on your page?
Yes. All of these, I will take pictures of all of these, and they will be, what I'll do is I'll make a TikTok where it's not in video mode, it's in picture mode, so that you can look at each page and print it out for you guys to review. Okay, thanks. So yeah, so don't worry about if you, you could take, by all means, take notes, but in terms of the details and the symbols and stuff like that, I'll have that later on. I don't want you guys to have to worry about jotting it all down because I'm going too fast to do all that. Okay. Thank you, Stephanie. Okay, so again, you know what? Let's just do this. All right. 3 levels, like we talked about. Spirit is a circle or the stars. Etheric is a triangle or planets. Physical is a square or us inside of planet Earth, right? All right. So the inverse star energy, all right, of the Milky Way. Fallen technology kept in artificial dimension 11.5. All right, we'll get into that. That gets into the Cathara grid and stuff like that. That manifests in the Milky Way. So this is basically how it works. If this is Andromeda, right, each one of these points being a star in Andromeda, they in a secret dimension that no one else could see unless you were in it, right? They have a specific technology. It works like a mirror, and it makes a copy of it, but it's in the inverse. So if this is dark, this is light. Okay. Dark and light not having to do with anything other than their duals. All right, specifically in the real world, what it looks like is when light bounces off of a mirror. So the light comes at a certain angle, bounces back off, and here's where it hits the paper or the wherever, like the shadow. Okay, so that's how it works. Now, the distorted Milky Way produces the shape of the Earth, which is the world egg, okay? So if this is the copy of Andromeda, which is the Milky Way, right? We could see that it's a perfect circle, right? They need to distort that further to become the egg so it doesn't have resonance and so it can't get changed back from someone from the outside. Inside of a perfect circle, the triangles are 60 degrees exactly. All right, I have a video on this. It talks about that this is where they get 666 from. But more specifically, if you cut this in half, right, to make a right angle, this becomes 90 degrees, the right angle. This is 60 degrees, half of 60 is 30. And there's your 369 triangle. That's also the basis for all your solfeggio frequencies, okay? The reason that's important is because those are the angles and the measurements, the sacred geometry that creates the 5 vortex, the golden vortex, the Fibonacci spiral, all right? That's what creates artificial life here, or mortal life from the golden triangle using 369. This gives them the ability to manipulate the structure of all consciousness on Earth because they use the Fibonacci vortex to create life versus the crystal spiral, which is 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, okay? Now, to impact consciousness, okay, this is the rule of the game, always. And this is as simple as it is. It's actually crazy. As above, so below. What does that mean? It means 2 things form resonance. Resonance means when you have 2 different things, they find something in common. Okay, so Mary and I met. Okay, you like spirituality and you're able to see symbols. I do too. We have a connection now. That's resonance. Okay, the same thing is true for everything. This altered the planets, or then they altered the planets of the solar system. Remember, to affect Earth, which is a planet, the Earth collects information from the stars, but it is also impacted by other planets, okay? They altered the planets of our solar system. They did this by messing with the spin axis or the angle of the tilt of each planet. the spin velocity, how fast it is, the angular momentum, how fast it spins, and the rotation direction, all right? Who knew that Venus was the only planet in our solar system that spins the opposite direction than all of the other planets? No, something ain't right. Someone did that. They did it, and they did it on purpose to control it.
Yeah.
So planet distortions further altered energy, all right, from the stars to give the desired properties, the energetic properties. Planets accept star energies and resonates with the Earth, okay? So the planets are especially important, and that's why I showed what each zodiac sign or stars correlated with which planet. Now, the planet energies were also distorted, all right? This is where it gets important. So every time you got to look what's the energy above it. So if we're talking about planet, the energy above it is the stars. What is the energy below a planet that represent the physical? It's the elements, all right? So using the elements, they assign the zodiac signs and planets to decode that there are specific base elements used for all planets. All right, so here's what I mean by that. Every planet is assigned either fire, water, air, or earth, right? So Aries, for example, this is Mars. Mars is fire, all right? The dual of that is water. So Cancer is the moon, and that is water, okay? If you add together fire and water, it makes air, okay? So Gemini and Mercury is air, okay? If you put two airs together, or fire, water plus air, or fire, water, it makes earth. Point is, there's four, right? Like we said in the beginning, so that holds true so far. So those elements are what you have to look at in the planets. And here's what I found out. I'm not going to get into the specifics of how I uncovered this today. I will show you guys because, like I said, it's very important. But every single planet, all of these, doesn't matter if it's fire, water, earth, or air, doesn't matter. They all boil down to base elements, okay? And this is what they are. The dark moon, okay? I believe that there is not just a sun and a moon. There's something called the dark moon. We don't see it because it's diamagnetic energy and we can't see it, all right? It's represented by this sign, which is called Lilith in some stars and some constellation places. But what it really is the planet Mercury, all right? So just keep that in mind, okay? And what the dark moon does is it controls the moon. So the dark moon controls the moon controls the sun. We'll get into that later. The other energy is Mars, and Mars can be further broken down into Eris, which is something we'll talk about a little bit. Eris represents the scorpion's claws, the inverse Venus, which is the divine feminine, and then the dark moon, okay? Every single sign breaks down into some combination of these two. But remember there's four, right? There are two other elements that are considered dangerous, not to us, to the gods, all right? And that is the scorpion's tail, which I just draw like this, and the northern fish of Pisces, which I draw like this, all right? Now, so they had to keep an eye on those. Those are the invisible spiritual energies. So this is electric, this is magnetic, then these are dielectric and diamagnetic, so they're invisible. So how did they make sure to keep that away from us? The dark moon, okay, is how they distort terrestrial water with divine feminine in it to lunar water, which is distorted water, all right? And Mars is solar fire, okay? So moon water and sun fire, all right? So this is the distorted masculine and the distorted feminine. All signs and planets break down to these base elements, dark moon and Mars, all right? However, there are two signs and planets that are special and carry the balancing of the other two, which are these, right? Which again, we just went over the Scorpion stinger, which is found in Scorpio and carried by the planet Pluto. Pluto into Aquarius. Hot damn. This is why this is a big deal. And then the northern fish of Pisces. All right, Pisces, this is the symbol for Pisces, and the planet for Pisces is Neptune. All right. So these dangerous elemental energies needed to be controlled and hidden. How did they do that? All right. Here's how they hid the invisible energies, because these are our spiritual energies. All right. Here is where Scorpio lies. Here is where Pisces lies. All right. When you look at the zodiac wheel like this, this is the electric line between Libra and Aries, the x-axis, right? So you can look at energies up here as this is the head and this is tails, okay? Head, tails, away from the line. So head is always closest to the line, tails is always away from the line, okay? So that means that the energies of Scorpio, heads was closer to the line, tails was away from the center line, and same thing for Pisces, all right? Scorpio's claws, or her hands, all right? Scorpio represented the divine feminine, all right? So the terrestrial waters was her head or her claws, and the lunar waters are her feet or her stinger, all right? So that represents the ability, your hands represent your ability to use willpower outside of you. It's how you project consciousness or what you want outside of you. Her hands were cuffed by the new sign used to inhibit her, Libra. Did anybody know that the sign of Libra used to be part of Scorpio? What they did was they took the sign of Libra, which if you put a hand here and a hand here, looks like handcuffs.
Mm-hmm.
Those are handcuffs for Scorpio. Libra now controls the ability of the divine feminine, okay? Which is creation using the phi vortex, okay, or the moon water. What do they do with the original divine feminine before they reflect it and put it on us? Well, they keep it for themselves, silly, so that they could be immortal. All right, then Pisces, the north and south fish, right? There's always two fish in Pisces. So how does that work? The northern fish is our spiritual abilities, all right? So you could think of the fish as the soul, and the Scorpio's claws as the spirit inside of the soul. So this is spirit, this is etheric container, right? The planet for Pisces is Neptune, okay? They trapped the northern fish in Aries, all right? The Lamb of God, which is the Son of God, the Son. So this becomes the power of the sun, which gives us distorted masculine. This becomes the power of the moon, which gives us distorted feminine. Now, here's something interesting about Aries to show you that the Aries really holds the northern fish, okay? Here's the sign of Aries, right? When you draw the globe, it represents the currents, the magnetic currents in it represent, they look like this. Okay, that's what a magnet looks like.
Oh,
Well, if you have an Aries, right, and you reflect it over a line, you get an Aries like this. What is that sign? It's Pisces.
Pisces.
Pisces, this represents only the southern fish. The northern fish is right here. It's right in front of our face. Okay, so this represents both, but really this is Pisces. And the northern fish is in Aries. So what does that mean? It means how the hell we get that damn fish back out of Aries and back into us where it belongs, god damn it, right? So
Yeah.
here's what we got to do. So therefore, both Scorpio and Pisces, right, they both have half of the missing. Scorpio has her claws cut off, right? Now they belong to Libra, the moon, and Pisces, the northern fish, the top half of it belongs in Aries. That means that both Scorpio and Pisces are only half signs. Both are missing the heads or the hands, okay? They only have the tails on the bottom. So the 10 other signs of the zodiac, right, minus Pisces and Scorpio, plus 1/2 of Scorpio, 1/2 of Pisces is 11.
Oh, damn.
We only have 11 signs, not 12. All right. And so what I did was I'm like, okay, if this represents time, how many time zones are there? Well, there's 24 total. But guess how many of those time zones fall within a range where humans live?
11.
11. Here's what's interesting, Mary. Ready for this?
Mm-hmm.
24 total. So that means there's 13. There's their magic 13 is where no people live. Okay. Which is not, which means that those areas are not impacted by these distortions. One of such place happens to be a mysterious golden ring that lies directly between the Gemini observatories in the middle of the South Pacific.
The place I was telling you about. Holy shit.
Yep. And that's why it's there, because it's not affected. So that's how it's some bullshit, but that's all right. Stay tuned. This is going to get good. All right. Proof is in the Last Supper. Now, let me pull this up real quick so that I can show you what I mean about the Last Supper, because this is where it gets good.
When John talks about this upside down world, this right side up world, and the number 11, think of the movie Stranger Things. The main character's name is 11. They talk about an upside down world and a right side up world, opening portals to different spaces of time. It's just always been in our faces. They show it in all kinds of media and everything.
Mm-hmm. And thank you, Mary, because I get crazy, like nerdy with this and technical. If I start saying things that are overwhelming or not, or you don't understand, or I need to slow down, whatever, I know I have a tendency to do that. Mary, just go ahead and take over like you just did, because I'm not seeing seeing clear.
So we just did a reading where we literally just saw what you're talking about. This Susan had a piece where she's holding a clock. On one side of the clock, it's the number 9, and the other is the number 5. This golden ring, this ring is also in her art. There's something about 11:11 on the train, and there's something about time being cut. We have the cross right here in her piece, and so some things in this piece are speaking of 11:11 being on its side.
Yep.
And then a number 11 being straight up, like it's upside down.
See what I mean, guys? This is, Mary and I haven't discussed this yet before because she just did this reading. What she's saying is part of what I'm going to show you today. What that is, Mary, is it's changing. So the way you lock two energies together is by crossing them at 90 degrees, right? You can do that with a plus sign or an X sign, as long as it's 90 degrees. So for example, that right there. Now, Mary, see that? Now take off the top two lines up above the tic-tac-toe. Anyway, and then the bottom ones too. Put your finger over the bottom ones. What sign is that?
That's Pisces.
That's Gemini.
Or Gemini, I'm sorry, Gemini.
Yep. And remember before you had like an oval with two lines through it?
Yeah.
That's the other half of it.
Oh.
And so what they do is they turn it 90 degrees in order to lock it. So we're going to get to that. But another perfect example of this is how I get confirmation of this stuff with my nutty brain when Mary comes up with it from spirit. There's no way that's not. Okay, so here we go. Here's the Last Supper. All right, now I've heard time and time again. So here's 6 apostles over here, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Here's Jesus, and here's 6 over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? And then they say Jesus is the 13th sign, Ophiuchus. That's not right, in my opinion. Here's what I think, okay? First of all, you can't see it real good in this one, but usually above the doorway here, there is something that goes like this, right? It's the Omega. Jesus is the Alpha, right? Which is the fish sign of the Vesica Pisces, which you see on licenses all over the place, right? He's also the Omega. Well, Omega, that's part of the sign of Libra, right? That's the fish symbol pointing up. Jesus is Libra. He is the scales that judge you at the end. Okay? Now, the scales are the only sign of the zodiac that represents an artificially man-made symbol. Everything else is something that's alive. That should tell you a lot of information, okay? Jesus in this is Libra, all right? So if that's the case, and we're going in order, Aries, Taurus, Gemini, this guy over here, right here, that's Cancer. That is Leo, Virgo, okay, the only woman in there. Libra, that would make this guy right here Scorpio. Now, you know what? I got to find a different picture because this one doesn't show it. Hang on one second, guys. Come on, for goodness sake.
And Jesus Christ has 11 letters in his name.
Yes. And again, they're not showing it. Oh, there they are showing it. Okay, good. All right, guys. So now, see what I mean? There's the Omega.
Yes, it's like a rainbow, but it's 2, which is the 11.
This right. So that yeah, that's 11, and then the Omega is right over his head, which is the sign for Libra. So here's a line right here, and then another one like this, Libra, Jesus. Okay. Now here's what's interesting. I've studied this for hours, and I was like, why is Scorpio the only one on the entire thing where it's just a head? You don't see a body, you see a head and a hand pointing up. One hand, not 2. That's because the other hand is missing. That represents the claws, which were given. The reason you don't see it is because Scorpio doesn't have another one. Jesus has it. It's controlling it. That's why he's half fire, half water. Okay, so here's what's interesting. I was like, you know what? I need to find out who this is. Okay, anyone know which apostle this is? This is Apostle Thomas. Doubting Thomas. Shame on you. He needed proof to know that Jesus was risen, right? Does anyone know what the name Thomas means? It means twin.
Oh, wow.
You hear Mary talk all the time about your etheric twin or your etheric double, right? That's what Thomas is. So look at this. If you outline, okay, here's the head. These legs, this was something interesting. Does anyone know what they call these legs of a table? They have a specific name.
They look like the Freemason square compass.
They do. These are called currently these days. Yeah, it does. You're exactly right. I never realized that, Mary. These are called a horse. Okay? They're called horse legs. I don't know why they call it that, but here we have horse legs on a table. If you make an outline.
Oh, yeah.
Come on. Oh my God. Hang on, guys. I'm so sorry. These damn computers. I don't know what happened. Okay. Here's the head, head, down into leg number 1 of the horse, leg number 2 of the horse, the belly of the horse, leg number 3 of the horse, leg number 4 of the horse, back around into the man's body. We call half man a centaur.
Dang.
Keep that thought. There's more to that. We will get to it. Okay. So in other words, it didn't show, it only showed the head, right? That means the tail was missing. They flip-flopped it. Everything, it's always flip-flopped. And I'll show you patterns, but when you see only half of one thing, that means something. So that showed me Scorpio. So what Scorpio is right now, Scorpio is only the scorpion stinger. Okay, that's why Pluto is the planet that represents death or transformation. Okay, so now Scorpio, only a head, Thomas equals the twin. Okay, Pisces are the 2 men together at the end. All right, this guy and this guy. I have to apologize, I didn't write down their name. I forget what their names are, but look up who these 2 men's names are. You'll find that they die at the same time in the same circumstance because they represent only a half of the fish. Okay, so in other words, these 2 together equal 1. right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is, well, actually it's these 3 together. I'm sorry. It's Scorpio and the 2 fish represent 1 together, because this is a half of a sign. This is a half of a sign, right? They tell us Pisces is 2 fish, right? And but then they represent each fish with this. It gets very confusing. There's so many loops. So then each of them are half. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and a half, 11. 11 signs. So where are we at now? We now know that there aren't 12 signs. There are 11 signs. All right. So then what are these things that I showed in the beginning, right? The fire abyss, the water abyss, Ophiuchus, the golden gate, and Orion, the silver gate. Well, 11 plus 4 equals 15. In the beginning, before we started talking about it, we showed that, hang on, I got a million papers, that the 12 signs plus 4 was 16, right? The reason 15 makes sense, this is how we know it. We know that this is right. There's only 11 signs, because 15 is the number of circles in the real flower of life that you get from the Cathara grid. Okay, the Cathara grid is the energetic template that has 12 energy centers, and they mutated that into the tree of life, which only has 10 energy centers, or 11 if you include Da'ath. Okay, so 15 means this. You have 7 and 7. 7 male chakras, 7 female chakras. All right, 7 plus 7 is 14. If you have 14 and you put all that into one unit, draw a circle around 14, that circle around it to enclose it, it acts as 1, and then you get 15. So that concludes.
So when I have this 9 and 5, that's 14.
Yep.
You put a circle around it, it's 15.
There you go.
And that was just today. Wow.
See what I mean? I love it. I love it. Now here's something interesting, guys. This is the other reason I believe it, right? If they took each one of these signs and they split it, right? So that 8 became 12, each one of these breaks off. So the fire abyss splits into the Virgo as the head and Leo as the tail. What has the head of a human and the tail of a lion?
Well, an oracle on the Neverending Story is what I know.
Yeah, the Sphinx. Right. The oracle is the Sphinx. There's 2 sets. There's the yellow Sphinx, which is your solar plexus. They shoot at you. And then there's the blue Sphinx that are that talk, right? That's your throat chakra. Neverending Story is a journey through your chakras.
Wow.
I've got a whole TikTok on that you guys could read about. So then the next one, Scorpio is the tail. The head is Sagittarius. That's a centaur. Okay. The head of the bull and the tail is Gemini, the twins. That's what makes up a minotaur. The head of a fish and the tail of a person, they flip-flopped it to create a mermaid. All right. Then you have interesting things like these 3 right here. Okay. Virgo, Libra, Scorpio, right? We call that the Virgin, Jesus, and the whore, Mary Magdalene.
MM.
MM. Then we have the lion, we have a crab or the moon, and we have Gemini. This is the lion, the witch, and the wardrobe. So they make up stories to all this. So the important thing is that I want everyone to realize there are stories connected to all of this, and that is a huge clue into what all of us on here right now are going to do, and it's going to be awesome. Okay, here we go. Now, if we take away those stargates for right now, we got to deal with what we've got first, right? So here's all the signs again, right? Jupiter, okay? The planet Jupiter is connected to Sagittarius right here, okay? Jupiter is Zeus or God, all right? Now, let me say this and make myself very clear. When I say the word God, G-O-D, I am not talking about the creator. I am not talking about the creator. I am talking about Zeus or Jupiter or the Anunnaki who did this bullshit, okay? Jupiter has this symbol which is the planet that we have to deal with, right? And this is the symbol of the star sign, Sagittarius. Saturn is Capricorn, right here. So Jupiter and Capricorn are next to each other, Sagittarius and Capricorn. Capricorn is Saturn. Saturn is the devil, and it has the same sign as Jupiter, but it is flipped around and rotated. All right? Jupiter is God, Saturn is the devil. Okay? God and the devil. Okay? Now, God, which again, I'm not talking about the creator, I'm talking about Anunnaki who wants us to think they're the creator, is an etheric being. Okay? Etheric beings do not have spirit. Spirit is life force energy. Okay? So what they need to do to stay alive is to steal it from us to continue to live. All right? So they needed to find a source of existing power. Okay? And when I say power, I'm talking about magnetism here. Okay? Magnetic life force from an existing earth god. Okay? In order to rule over earth. Well, that existing earth god, the original form of the original earth gods, were not human at all. Human is artificial form. I believe 100% through and through, and I'll show you all the evidence for it, that we were animal hybrids, which is why they teach us that all things that have part animal are demons. And the reason they killed them is because they saved us. But then they take that demon, they cut half of it off, put half of the human onto it, and then have it make them be their guards. So they're good enough to guard them, but not. You're full of shit. This earth god was called Ophiuchus. Head, the front half of a bull, the back half of a serpent or a fish. Everyone see where this is going?
A dragon, really.
Yeah. So what they did was there was a Jupiter god found out that if he was able to slay Ophiuchus, that's what bullfighting is about, and all the slaying of the bulls. Slay Ophiuchus and cut it into its front and back half, which is a bull and a fish or a snake. Any serpent, snake, dragon, anything like that represents magnetism. That's the power that they're after. That's the female, divine feminine they're after, all right? Cut it in half and take the fish part, right? That fish part of the Ophiuchus, there's your northern fish of Pisces, okay? They took that and they connected it with the goat, okay? Aries is the goat or the sun, all right? And it's represented by Mars, planet Mars. So what that means is that if you take God or Jupiter and you unite it with Saturn, which is the devil or the goat, right? If you flip this around 180 degrees, here's Saturn. You put these two things together, that's how you get the shape of the heart. That's what.
And this power of observation is about breaking that heart.
You said it, sister, and that's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to break that motherfucking heart. Okay, yeah. So Saturn. Okay, the Babylonian rune lore book. So, guys, a highly, highly recommended observational book, Babylonian Star Lore by Gavin White. This shows you what all of the constellations used to be. And it has so many details in it that connect the dots that it's amazing. Okay, let's see that Mary's got it too. It's one of the best. It shows you so much stuff. It talks about the wolf that we talked about last week. We're going to get to all of it. So in that Saturn, they call Saturn. They have the characters that they use for it. They're called solar hearts. HART. That's represented by the reindeer or the stag, the antlers. Jupiter is the lunar heart, HART, okay, which is the goatfish. This is how I knew I was right about this making the shape of a heart. Solar and lunar, fire and water go together. Together they make the E that fills in the heart of the E. EA. EA is another name for Enki. Okay? So the stars of Sagittarius, which is the planet Jupiter, and Capricorn, which is Saturn, control all planets. All right? Jupiter, or God, is visible That's the electric energy. The magnetic energy, right? The up and down, the magnetic energy, that's why Saturn is down here. It establishes the y-axis with the moon. The moon is the power center for the sun on the x-axis. That goes with what I said earlier. Remember, the sun is electric, the moon is magnetic, fire and water, okay? But it comes from Jupiter, and now Jupiter is set offside here, right? So how can that be? Well, that's because he's connected to this. This is a heart. This becomes unity. This is invisible, but it's there. It's part goat that controls this, and part fish, which controls this. So he could sit off to the side because it's connected right here. Unbelievable. So what that means is that God is the devil. Again, not the creator. Heaven and hell, as we were taught, are two sides of the same coin. Just like Democrat, Republican, just like every duality. So it doesn't matter whether you worship God or you worship Satan. You're worshiping the same damn thing because both sides come to the same point. Okay? The heart chakra. Let's talk about the heart chakra for a minute. Why is the heart chakra green? Wait a minute. Aren't hearts red? So why is it green? Well, what else is green? The aurora borealis, right? The northern lights are green always. Okay, well, that's weird. Let's think about what else is green. There are beautiful Vivianite crystals that are really hard to get. That's because they are a magnificent green that only grows on corpses.
Oh my gosh.
Huh? And then, okay, then wait a minute. Osiris, right? Osiris died, but when Isis put him back together, she couldn't find his phallus. Okay? The phallus was swallowed by the crab, which is the moon. So now she had to put him back together using moon energy because that's where his ding-a-ling was. When she did that, Osiris came back, but he was green. Once he was resurrected because he was used with moon energies. If we all were born in sin, then we were all born with the moon's energy, and that's why our heart chakra is green.
This is why the god of the moon was named Sin, and this is why the reptilian wicked witch from the land of Oz was green.
Yep. So what green means, what the aurora borealis is, in my opinion, I know this is out there, I believe that is actually showing you the resulting life force that we get put inside of us because it comes in through our back, through the point which energy comes in into our heart chakra because it is mortal energy. It's not bad. It's how things are now, but it's not supposed to be green. Okay, green. Now this is going to get more crazy. There is a connection between mitochondria in our cells, right, and chlorophyll in plants. I believe the reason plants and everything are green is because this is the life force energy, the mortal life force energy. That's why when everything dies in the fall, the green goes away.
Yes.
So, Jupiter. Go ahead, Mary.
No, I'm just seeing the correlations, everything that you're saying about the bullfish being under the control of something with a crown, and the corona borealis means crown, and the corona borealis is an emerald color. It's pink ball that's surrounded by an emerald color, which was Emerald Glenda. City. She came down in a pink bubble in Emerald City, yes.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and pink is considered the feminine energy of the heart, right? So that has a correlation too. That's neither one is how it should be. Now, no one panic. What do we have to do? What do we have to do? Nothing. Don't worry. I don't want you guys. This is all kind of explaining the why. It's so important to explain the why because these are the details that you will use to determine whether or not you believe it. If you want to change something, you have to believe it. Your belief is what resonates you with it, connects you to it, okay? So Jupiter is ruled by Sagittarius, okay? This is what's interesting. So every sign, right, every zodiac sign has a dual, okay? So the duals are right across from each other. So Capricorn is the dual of Cancer. Leo is the dual of Aquarius. And I listened to the guy, his name is Santos Bonacci. He used to be an Illuminati, and he teaches all this stuff, right? And he says he's out now and he's teaching all this, the real stuff, right? Bullshit. He is not. He is not. He is mixing the truth with lies. He's spilling some of it, but he's still keeping people tied up with this nonsense. He says that the archer, right, Sagittarius, is always facing the bull, right? Because you killed the bull and whatever nonsense that they made. Well, I just went over the reason why they want to kill the bull. And it's so that they could take the fish away from us and live forever while we die. Mm-hmm. This is the dual of this. That archer is not pointing at the bull. And if it is, it shouldn't be. It should be pointing at its dual, which is Gemini, all right? When Gemini season, guess what planet sits right in the middle of the twins? Jupiter. Okay, so
yes,
so that's important thing to point out. Now here's where the connection happens. So if Jupiter is pointing, or Sagittarius points at Gemini, right? Because they're duals. But wait a minute. Okay, now watch this. This is working so awesome. If Jupiter is Jupiter is also represented by an eagle, right? That's why
the eagle.
Yeah. The eagle does all the dirty work for Jupiter. All right. Mary, you've had readings where the eagle's claws that represent something. There's an eagle on the United States coat of arms. That eagle, what the eagle is guarding is the coat of arms is Gemini. So here's what it looks like.
I just did a piece where the eagle is dominating Susan.
I know you did.
Half of her body is in water like a fish. Mm-hmm. She has a brother, I don't know what his sign is, who's basically using her life force energy as a sacrifice.
Yep.
And so she doesn't know it.
So if this is the coat of arms, right? That represents Gemini. Okay. Then you have Taurus right underneath it, and a lot of times you'll see the eagle holding a ring of sorts, but he'll also be holding arrows. And he's holding arrows so that archer can't shoot it at Gemini. Okay? And the other one, he's holding some other bullshit. Then there's also always a ribbon that you see around the eagle's neck. We're going to get to that ribbon later. Remember that I said that there's a ribbon. It's also called the rope of heaven or magical fetters. All right? But that's what it is. It's all this bullshit. All right, so here's the deal. The eagle is Jupiter, all right? So we could see, we know that when an arrow points this way, it's pointing up, right? It means move in that direction, right? Mm-hmm. Has anybody ever seen any pictures of an eagle or a hawk hunting a fish? Well, let me share with you.
I also just saw a South Park episode where they were using the allegory of Britney Spears, that they cut her head off and were using her as a sacrifice. They said that in the ancient times, they used to have human sacrifices, but now they've just become different. And now we are all, in some way, a sacrifice to the hidden ones, the ones who push us. Basically, the show said that they push us to suicide.
Mm-hmm. And literally our deaths right now are suicide, because we don't realize everything that we do is a prayer, right? Like Mary says all the time.
Yeah.
I can't find the damn, hang on one second, guys. I'm sorry. I'm looking for the right.
But you can see the eagle claws are on this train, and then you see the arrow going up. I believe that Susan's piece and her deceased father literally came through, her grandmother came through to tell us exactly what you're saying, John. Everything that you just told us is all here today. And I think that Susan was supposed to have her reading at 2:00, but I had her written down at 12, and I have you down for 2, but I didn't realize she was in California. So I was like, oh my gosh. Well, it wasn't meant to be, because I was supposed to read for her first, and then you were supposed to come on second to tell her and all of us that we are that we are a sacrifice to these hidden Anunnaki, and we willingly give them our energy, seemingly through our beliefs, through actually our relationships with them. If we hold and maintain relationships with them and they jerk us around and we're just like, oh, well, that's just life. It's just life that somebody is going through a hard time and they're pushing and pulling our energy. They're actually, we're giving them our power in some strange, unseen way.
Yep, absolutely. And that's why this is so important, because if we understand how to use our observation to change our belief system, this whole process reverses literally. And I'm going to show you how. I'm literally going to show you how. Here's what it looks like when an eagle dives for a fish. Wait a minute. The arrow is pointing up, but the eagle is going down.
Yeah.
Guess what, guys? When something visible that we could see, right? It's made of electric energy, electromagnetic energy. So the electromagnetic energy, if the arrow goes like this, right, into Gemini, then at the same time, its opposite energy, which is dielectric, diamagnetic, which is invisible spiritual energy, goes this way. So what that means is that Gemini is supplying the spiritual energies directly to Jupiter. And that's why Jupiter is found right in the middle of it during Gemini season. Gemini is also in the center of the, so this is Orion, right? When you add this together and this together, you get the famous all-seeing eye. Okay, so here's Gemini, right? Here's Taurus. The bottom part of Gemini is Taurus's horns, right? If you go like this, right, to connect it, this makes the yoke of the bull. And then you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 3 strings here, 3 strings here, 3 strings here. That is called the lyre, which is a harp, right? They took Ophiotaurus's innards in his intestines. I didn't know this. When they make the strings of a harp or a guitar or any string, it comes from the intestines of animals. They took the Ophiotaurus intestines and made the strings of the lyre. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's Gemini. Taurus is on the bottom, which is the source of power, the magnetic. And then if you look and see what's in this together, I said that Gemini and Taurus together make Orion, right? Orion is also Osiris. And if you, sorry, I'm trying to look through my camera. Hang on. If I darken some of these lines, anyone know what that is? Let's flip it around. It's an Ankh.
It is. And let's see, I saw one of those symbols here too.
Now, again, guys, I don't want, this is, okay, I want to make this clear. This does not mean Ankhs are bad or scary, you shouldn't mess with them, not all that, okay? Because things are changing right now. We don't have to worry about that kind of thing anymore. What an Ankh represented was life, right? So what you would see is that the male gods would use this Ankh, the male gods, to create life. They got the divine, because what it is that the divine feminine is trapped here in Taurus, okay? The all-seeing eye is right here in the middle of Gemini, all right? It's actually in between the two of them. So if you do Gemini and like this, here's Taurus, the bottom, right? Here's Taurus's horns. Here's the bottom of Gemini. There's your all-seeing eye. That's why the way we take care of business, we shoot the all-seeing eye of whoever in Gemini. At the same time, this shoots down and shoots the Cupid arrow through the heart. of God and the devil.
And how do we do
Okay.
this?
Now, moving on. So we got into a here I'm going to tell you. And this is the funnest part. This is so awesome. All right, so back to Gemini for a minute. Gemini is literally, it looks like this, right? It's 4 lines or 11, but it can also be split into pi and upside down pi, right? Put together. Okay. It also represents the square, okay, which is physicality, but they morph it into a rectangle. The reason they morph it into a rectangle is because that's how they morph a circle into the egg, right? The rectangle when you split it, has golden triangles, the 3, 6, 9, okay? Spiritual energies of Jupiter, okay? Now, when I refer to Jupiter now and I draw a heart, what that really means is the combination of Jupiter and Saturn combined, and it's represented by Jupiter because Saturn is invisible, okay? It comes from Gemini, all right? So what we see is if we take the rectangle, right, and then we take triangles that were created from this, and we put them on the outside, right, we have a square like this, which is how it should be. But the way they change it is they get rid of this square and they get rid of this square. So now you have a hexagon. And anybody that recognizes that shape knows that that is the shape of the tree of life. Mm-hmm. That's how they altered it. Okay, during Ophiuchus, okay, between Scorpio and Sagittarius, the archer, or Sagittarius, shoots his arrow at the all-seeing eye in Gemini, okay, and which reciprocates spiritual arrow shot back down to Sagittarius, okay? What that means is Sagittarius is the heart. The heart is Jupiter and Saturn, right? So here's Sagittarius. If the heart is the center, right, in the center of if this is the heart or this is the heart right here, either one. You go, Sagittarius shoots its heart at the all-seeing eye, which is up here. You get the heart with the arrow through it, right? Cupid shoots love into the heart, and it breaks the heart open. And then it starts on fire. Transformation. Okay, the Vesica Pisces also with the heart, in addition to the shapes of Jupiter and Saturn, right? Another way you could see it is that the Vesica Pisces, this sacred geometry represent, you literally can make all shapes that we use right now in our reality from Vesica Pisces. All right. So if you do the Vesica Pisces, you have the Pisces symbol the Vesica Pisces in the middle, right? And if you draw a circle around it, it looks like this. If you put the numbers of the clock, right? 12, you have 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock. If it starts pointing at 12 and then you tilt it this way to 11, and then you tilt it back to 1, you also get
That's the heart.
Okay. And just so happens, there's 11 right there. And everything is a mirror. So if Gemini is 11, 1, 2, and then there's 1 and then the middle, then 1 in the middle. Aquarius is also 11. Aquarius is the 11th sign of the zodiac. So there's a lot of connections. All right. So the heart then is that or Jupiter plus Saturn. Now here's the fun part. This is where we come in. Okay. I've got my stuff mixed up crazy style everywhere. Okay. Okay. Now back to so we were just talking about this, guys. I can't wait to show you this because this was an actual download and what I'm about to show you, I'm extremely proud of because this was one of the only times I was able to get spiritual information not using my left brain. I used my right brain. This is from my relationship with Mary. So I'm serious. Because I believe that when you learn things from different people, you pick up some of that energies, it creates a channel, right? Mary talks about this all the time. This was one of those examples, and I love it because you'll see why. So I just said that Gemini, it was a rectangle, right? And then if you put if you crisscross it to make golden triangles and then put them around the rectangle, you get this, right? Okay, so Gemini equals a rectangle, and then you crisscross it to get the rectangles on top. So here's this. What do you see?
A house.
How about now? What do you see when it's turned?
Oh.
I want you to look at this for a minute while I pull something up. When I tell you, just hang on one second. Just ponder this for a second while I pull up what I want to show you next.
I mean, it's like a piece of pie, but also what it reminds me of is, you guys know how Sirius Black, Harry Potter's god and father, was in Azkaban for 12 years, right? And falsely accused, right? And Azkaban looks like that shape. It's triangular and it's like a tower. And then when Harry Potter got his god and father out of Azkaban, which Harry was in the Muggle world for 12 years, Sirius Black was in Azkaban for 12 years, and it's a representative of Sirius B, the Dog Star, because Sirius Black is Sirius B, the Dog Star.
Mm-hmm. And Mary, that's hilarious you brought that up, because I watched that Sirius B. It was on the Ia Anki video you did a long time ago. After I listened to what you had to say on there, the Sirius Black, in terms of that situation, I don't think it's really supposed to be a dog. It's a black dog. It's supposed to be a wolf, but they don't tell you that because they don't want to tell you too much.
Yeah. Well, there was a wolf with Sirius Black.
Oh, okay.
And one of the there was. But for some reason he was separate from Sirius B.
I've got this up now, guys. What I'm about to show you. So what will happen is, I think I've shared with you guys, for those of you guys that are new, one of my spiritual gifts is a clairaudience. All right, I can hear myself say things in my head, and I knew it wasn't me because I started using words that I don't use ever. The voices now have started to differentiate a little bit so that it doesn't all sound like me, and it's not going to scare me anymore because I realize that. Okay, your spirit team does real cool stuff like that. Because they will not scare you under any circumstances. One of the things they told me before was it always rains on the 24th. All right, what that means is that, and it was a little kid saying it. All right, we already discussed this, but just to show you why it's so cool, it always rains on the 24th. Right? I was like, what does that mean? And rain is water, right? Well, here's a way to write 24. Jupiter, 24. Rains, remember, this is the lunar heart. Water. That's why it rains on the 24th.
Wow.
It's cool like that, right? Okay, so here we go. What do you see? Everybody ready? The night that I saw certain things that symbolism, it always comes to me in symbolism, but the whole time this song was playing and I woke up singing it, okay? I've never seen this movie. I've never seen this scene. Wait until you see this scene, the song from Chitty Chitty Bang Bang that I'm going to show you right now. Look at what she's standing on.
What do you see?
Oh my word. The mirror world. The two mirrors you were talking about too.
Well, there's more to it. Listen. Okay, so here's the thing. So first of all, now check out the box she's standing on. It is literally this. It's Gemini. Do you remember what I said is hidden in Gemini, between Gemini and Taurus? The divine feminine. This is the divine feminine that is stuck behind Gemini. Listen to her words.
Holy shit. Okay.
What do you see? You people gazing at me. You see a doll on a music box that's wound by a key. How can you tell I'm
Look at her hands.
Music box that's wound by a key.
Her fingers are stuck together.
Claw.
She can't use her hands if her fingers are stuck together. Watch her feet. She only has her foot down on one foot. The other one is just the heel. She doesn't have a full grounding. Both feet have to be on the ground. That's like the temperance card. How about that?
Dang, John. Now we know why we have the little ballerina here on one foot.
Isn't that, you guys, is that crazy?
Yes.
That's what that is. The curved mirror behind her, those are the horns of Taurus, making a concave surface so that all of the angles, like I showed you, bouncing off of the mirror, that's the mirror, the horns of Taurus going this way.
Oh, wow. Look at the horns above the mirror. Look. They're right there above the mirror. No way.
Yep. And yep, that's Saturn. That's the solar heart, the stag. How about that? Awesome, right?
That is so awesome.
I know, I love it. So we're almost there, guys. We're almost to the what do we do about it? And you guys are going, okay. Oh, we are here. Here we go. So how do we do this? How do we do this?
Yes, please.
Okay, so here's what is important to know. All right, back to this for 1 second. All right, there are additional secret players. All right, so what John, what the hell do you mean? Quit talking in circles here. What are you gonna mean? Quit talking in riddles, Sabo. Okay, hang on. I'm looking for there it is. Oh no, that's not it. Hang on. You guys should see. Oh my God, I've got this. It looks like a library exploded in here with all these papers I got everywhere. Okay. Just for this live, guys, I wrote out 19 pages of notes, 20 pages of notes to let you know how important this is. Okay, so when I say that there are secret players, so here's all the zodiac signs, right? Those are the stars, right? What we're concerned with most are the planets that move around in interior, right? So these are what directly affect us, the planets. These planets right here, that's not all the real players. There are more. All right, here's the ones that I believe you need to be aware of. The first set of secret players are the centaurs. Okay, the centaurs are called Chiron. This is the symbol. Chariklo, the symbol. Pholus, the symbol. And Nessus, the symbol. All right, each one of these centaurs connects the energy of Saturn, wherever it's at in the sky, with another planet, all right? Chiron connects Saturn and Uranus on the x-axis, so it crosses the Saturn orbit. Chariklo is also Saturn and Uranus, but it does not cross the Saturn orbit, so that means it's the y-axis, all right? Pholus is Saturn and Neptune, and Nessus is Saturn and Pluto. Big. In all of the mythology, guys, centaurs were divine teachers of wisdom, all right? There's a story behind each one of these, and the details tell you exactly what you need to know, and I'll show you what I mean in a minute. Virgo, okay? Virgo is an earth sign, right? Represented by Mercury. Mercury is also represented by Gemini. That's so Gemini can control Virgo in what gets birthed on the planet. Virgo is the sun. So if Virgo is a if it's a Virgo, see the Vesica Pisces in it, birthing the Vesica Pisces, the Omega. Okay, the Omega is the sun. So that equals, right now it's equal to Mercury. Okay, that's not right. An earth sign has 4 components. Okay, it has a fire, a water, and then an air, okay? But remember, an air sign is like fire and water, all right? So really what an earth sign is then, when you get to the base elements, is a fire, water, 4, okay? Right now, it is the sun from Leo, the moon from Cancer, Jupiter from Libra, and Pluto from Scorpio. Okay? That's not what it's supposed to be. The real ones, the real players of Virgo, okay, they call them asteroids. Are they really asteroids? I don't know. Who cares? This is what they are. There are 4 different qualities of the divine feminine. Ceres, Pallas, look at this, Mary. Here's Juno. Okay, this is Salt right here, Mary. I'll tell you about that later. And then Vesta. Look at this, Mary.
Yep, I know that.
And we've already said that V is the divine feminine, remember? But look, it's on fire. This is so Ceres. So these are all 4 goddesses that each have their own mythology and storyline. Again, very important. And then there are the banished players that come back around. These are called TNOs, or trans-Neptunian or Plutonian objects. These are bodies or planets that have an orbit outside of Pluto, okay? Eris, which is the female version of Mars. Now, we are taught that Pluto is the female version of Mars. Not true. Eris is. Maki, we have this. This looks like literally an Aries sign with a circle at the top. And then Haumea, which is arm up, arm down, and head. All right, so now, why is that important? Okay, if you guys, there's an app called Time Passages. It is an astrology app. All of this is available in there. If you look at the planetary alignments, specifically meaning where are the planets in the sky, right, on specific dates, okay? And it changes throughout the year. Starting on April 20th of this year, in a few days, until April 8th of next year, when you read all of the mythology of all of these people, from April 20th to April 8th, the rest of the story plays out. And it plays out according to where the planets are in the sky. And I'm going to show you what I mean. Also, on April 20th this year, we have a solar eclipse. We have another total solar eclipse on April 8th of 2024.
Wow.
Okay. April is the 4th month, but it's supposed to be the 1st. The reason they switched it is because making April the 4th month, okay, that means April is, so if April was March, if April was the 1st month, and that's the real calendar, then that means March is the 12th month, right?
Right.
The 12th month correlates with Pisces the fish, right?
Right.
That also means that if April is the 1st month and March is the 12th month, then that means the first thing of this new year, right, is the summer solstice, because the spring equinox happens on March 21st. Okay, so the first event is the summer solstice, then there is the fall equinox, then there is the winter solstice, then there is the spring equinox, okay, which is supposed to be right here, but it's right here. Here's why that's important, guys. The spring equinox, do you ever wonder why we have why is Easter in the spring when Christ is risen?
Yeah.
Right? Well, when Christ is risen, what that represents is his metamorphosis he's ascending, right? I don't believe he got killed and all that story. There's codes in there for how you do things. But I believe that when, quote unquote, the story of Jesus rising is his story of ascension after 3 days of darkness. All right. So what the ascension process concludes with is when we receive that northern fish back into us. Okay. So if March is the 12th month and March correlates with Pisces, then it would make sense for Easter to be sometime in March next year, if that is in fact when the ascension happens, right? When we all rise. Guess when Easter is next year?
When?
March 31st.
No way.
Now, hang in here. April 20th to April 8th, right? 20 minus 8 is 12, right? There's 364 days in a year, right? If you take 12 days off of that, you get 352, right? Okay, 352 divided by 11. Anyone got it?
Oh.
I'm sorry.
11,
I-
332, we 3, 33, 2, 2, 22. Oh, 32. And that's what the number on the star was in her piece. 32.
So, okay, so hang on one
No
second.
way.
So here's the thing. Hang on one second. Darn it, where's the camera? I always use my
No
phone.
way. I don't know if you're still here, Susan, but you've got some significant symbols in your piece. 32 here, 9, 5 here, which is 15, John says, with the circle around it.
Okay, but
You got
hang on,
the
wait.
arrow up. You got the
There's more.
claws.
There's more. Hang on. Okay, I can't find a calculator for the life of me. I can't do it on my phone because can somebody
Here's Gemini.
Okay, can somebody do this for me? 364 minus 12. Okay, that you should get 352, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, if we are saying that we're going to turn the zodiac from 12 back into 8, right? What we need to do then is we have to say, okay, if there's not going to be 12, there's going to be 8. So what is 352 divided by 8?
Yeah, 4. That's 32, right?
No, it's
Or is it
44.
34?
It's 44.
Oh, it's 44.
33 becomes 44.
Whoa.
33 vertebrae in our spine becomes 44. When we go to the 5th dimension, guys, you guys all know we're going to be a lot bigger, right? Like I'm talking 8-9 feet long. That's because our 33 vertebrae go to 44 vertebrae.
So hold on a second. Here's what we got going on. 11, 22, 33, 44.
Yep.
11, 22, 33, 44. Dang.
Yep. So you see why 11 plus 11 is 22. They made the alphabet start out like that, but then they further distorted it when they made English from Hebrew. Okay? The 33 is because they only cover the fire abyss, the water abyss, and Orion, right? They're stationed between Gemini and this. They didn't want this here because that's the Golden Gate to the center of the galaxy. That's Ophiuchus. That's the immortal energy. So they cut this off from us, and they pumped us with this instead, the green energy from Osiris Orion. Okay, this makes the triangle that shows us its etheric energy. We're going to complete it by making this part of the triangle to redo the square. Okay.
And 44 is 8. So we
Yes.
go back to 8 again.
Yes. And also, right, plus the 7 we have, and 8 plus 7 is 15, like we talked about earlier. Okay, so how do you go from 33 to 44? Well, you go through 11. 3 plus 4. 33 divided by 11 is 3. 44 divided by 11 is 4. Okay, so here's the deal. I think that sometime between March 31st of next year, on Easter, in March, we get the Pisces fish back, and then from March 31st to April 8th is how many days? 8 days. Okay, that there should be 8 days in a week. This is when the solar eclipse happens. I don't know what happens after that, all right? But here's the deal. This, where all the planets are, this is what I did. This is how you know. This is how you know someone's truly lost their mind. Ready? This is it right here. Mary knows. You guys trust me? Mary knows better than everybody. I send her these texts. Bless her heart. She never complains. I know she's going to think, oh my God, he's lost his ever-loving mind. I send her texts that are like novels because I get excited like a little kid. Okay, so here's the deal. What I did was I mapped out using my own natal chart, right? Each month, so if April's 1, 2, 3, all this, right? so that if April's 1, then the summer solstice happens in June, right? Gemini is June 3. Then the next one is the fall equinox, happens in September, Virgo 6. The next one happens in the winter solstice. There's your 3, 6, 9. And then 12 they keep for themselves because they keep their Pisces is locked in there. So what I did then, we're going to put Earth's ascension to ascension. All right, so then what I did was I, on April 20th, right, of this year, the first solar eclipse, we are not going to see this in the Northern Hemisphere. This is the Southern Hemisphere's eclipse. The Northern Hemisphere one is the one next year on April 8th. And it crisscrosses over Illinois in a town called Little Egypt. I can't.
Wow.
So here's what I'm saying. See all of the planets? This is where they're at in the sky. Okay. Then on June 21st, the summer solstice, they move. Okay. And they keep on moving at all these significant dates. And what I see when these planets move from place to place, because I know the mythology behind the stars and the planets, it tells a story, you guys. So the mythology stories, they end at a certain place, right? And it's never an ending. It's here, it's like tells a story and then that's how it is. This tells the rest of the story. I believe that the rest of the story, based on where these planets are, tells the story for us. Someone just needs to know how to read it. This tells the real never-ending story. It completes the mythological tales told about stars and planets and gods. All right, these special dates have specific events based on the planetary alignment in the sky. So what's in a story? You hear me say this all the time. You hear Mary say this all the time. I focused one of my first TikToks on predictive programming, right? What is predictive programming? Predictive programming is when someone tells you a story because it creates an energetic channel. It's like rolling a marble down a hill of sand. Every time you hear that same story, the groove of sand gets deeper, and then your brain automatically goes to it because you know it. It's familiar. That's how they're able to mind control us with movies and stories, okay? Through predictive programming. But guess what? Here's the great thing about duality. It works both ways. Now let's return for a moment to blank space, okay?
Yeah.
She says it's going to be forever or it's going to go down in flames. Archer shoots this at the heart. The arrow pierces the heart. It breaks in half and it starts on fire. Break the heart of God is what needs to happen, not the creator. We talked about that, okay? So from here, how do we do it? How do we do it? Well, I just revealed how we did it. The same way Bastian did it. He started to believe that he has the power to do it. I'm going to write the story because I know how to decode what it says in everybody. And everybody, please, all the help we can get, let's all work on this together. Everyone who listens and reads that story, your consciousness will then project it if you believe it, and it will change our reality. It will reveal what will happen with the planets and the stars in the sky and how it will impact Earth and us. And it will happen because of your knowledge. If you believe this, if this is convincing enough to you, if enough dots are connected and you believe this, holy shit, this is really something here. And Mary also knows about it out of thin air because she talks to spirit. It blows my mind. Then if all we have to do is write out the real never-ending story. And what I'm going to do, instead of writing it out in a book, I'm going to do that also, but I'm going to make TikToks where I just talk and say it. I'm going to choose different ones of you people that are watching this and that have followed this, and use your names with your permission, just your first name, as characters in this book, because I'm going to change the names of like Iris and Maki Maki to actual names. All right. The way that I found this out, guys, the way all this started was, Mary, the first question I asked Mary, I want to remember who I am. Because when you remember who you are, you remember you know what happened with your ancestors, right? They don't tell us all these details now. They told our ancestors to it. So how can it affect us? Because there's resonance through our DNA. Our DNA was our ancestors' DNA, right? And all of these symbols, since it's already activated in our DNA, all we have to do is look at it. These symbols are everywhere, everywhere. All right. So I'm going to write a story. You guys are going to all be characters in the story, and it's going to play out how it's supposed to. And then we'll take it from there. Now, here's some additional proof. Runes. Anybody that is familiar with runes, there are 24 runes in the Elder Futhark. Those are the main ones, right? But there are these mysterious 9 runes that show up. All right, and there's all conflicting evidence about it. From this information, I was able to place where these mysterious 9 runes, okay, are placed. All right, and here's what's so cool about this. In one of the rune books that I have, okay, the author, when she talks about each rune, okay, this book, what I love about it is this is where I get the concept of the answer is not important, the question is, right? This is who taught me that. At the beginning of each section where she starts talking about each rune, she has a poem. And I thought to myself, I wonder, because this isn't, so the order of these runes, it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's all mixed up, but on here, it goes like this: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I was like, what if I take line 1 of this poem, line 2 of this poem, line 3? Are you ready for this? Here's the poem. When you take each of those lines from those poems that this author wrote, mighty Ak, remind me ear, the gilded horn writhing in the end, petrified by salted wind from God's spittle and blood with piercing wail. Now, I know that sounds like a bunch of hubbub, so let me explain. Mighty Ak. Ak is an oak tree. It's also for the goddess called Angerboda. She is a she-wolf who birthed the unwanted players that I showed you at the end. Okay? That is the wolf Fenrir, the serpent Yogerman, which is the Ouroboros snake that's eating its own tail, and then one more, okay? So she starts it out because she lives in a place called Ironwood. Iron is an element that is the spark. Okay, all reactions start with a spark of light or a flash of light, and then they are powered by sound. Okay, this is shown when a sperm fertilizes an egg. There's a zinc flash, and then the sound comes from mom's breathing, and that's what drives the source of power. Okay, so basically, this is the flash of lightning. Remind me ear. Remember, this is Norse, so it'd be like remind my ear or help me remember the gilded horn. The gilded horn are Saturn's horns or the horns of Aries. Okay, the sun. Remind my ear. Help me remember the gilded horn, Aries, writhing in the end, killing the goatfish. How do you kill the goatfish? You petrify it by salted wind. Okay? This rune right here, Mary, is a megalithic stone. Petrified by the salted wind. How do you get salt in the wind? You get salt in the wind when ocean water evaporates up, right? And then sprays in your face. What's another word for salt water that comes out of us?
Sweat.
Our tears.
Mm-hmm.
From God's spittle and blood with piercing wail. This is how the gods die in Ragnarok. And the tears are tears of joy, because in the end, they're writhing on the ground because the goatfish breaks in half, and the fish is the northern fish of Pisces that returns to us, which is our spirituality in full.
Wow.
So, last page. Wait. 18. Oh, sorry, 2 more pages. So last little bit that I forgot to tell you guys. Okay, so fire abyss, water abyss, golden gate, silver gate, right? There's an order to this. I saw this in my mind. The way they showed me was something very specific, but then Mary saw this in her readings also. Basically, the order is this. It forms the Vesica Pisces fish pointing downwards. So you start with fire, water, air, earth. Okay, that is the opposite of the omega sign. Okay, so if you take Libra, which is the omega sign, right, and you do this, and you put those things together,
It's the egg.
it's theta. Yeah, it's the egg too. Okay, if you put this and this together, and you put this and this together, okay? So fire abyss and Ophiuchus, you get theta. Theta represents the electric mortal energy, okay? Man energy of a mortal, live and die, green energy, okay? You put Orion and the water abyss together, you get Phi. This is lunar energy. This is the Fibonacci vortex, okay? Theta and Phi together are the distorted solar and the distorted lunar numbers, and they're represented by these two things that we've all written in math a million times. All right, but then this didn't make sense, because if this is theta and this is male, right, and this is Phi and this is female, I was confused because Aries is right here. That's the sun, right? And Libra comes from Isis or Ishtar. All right, but then I was like, wait a minute, Ishtar's handle was upside down. It wasn't like this, right? And Aries, wait a minute, that's the northern fish. The southern fish is this way. So then I was like, I see what they did. They took this thing and twisted it to reverse male and female. Here's what I mean. To make Aries male, right, which is theta, and Libra female, which is Phi, you start with the X, right? We started with theta over here, Phi over here. You need to twist the X.
Mm-hmm.
The top and the bottom. That will turn these two around. And look at this. Then you get this rune Ingwas, or this symbol that you see all the time, Mary, in your pieces.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Yep.
It also can be shown like this, or it can be shown. See, this is when you start to play around with circles, triangles, and squares. Okay, basically what that is that here's a half of a circle and here's a half of a circle.
Mm-hmm.
They took one, cut it in half, and put up what it needs to be is 2 full circles connected. 8.
Yes, and that's the rainbow color.
Yep.
Was it this piece? No, there was another piece where there's there's an upper rainbow and a lower rainbow. The lower rainbow is the upside down.
Yep.
It shouldn't be. They split us into 4.
Yep. Right. And that's why 33 is going to 44. 44 equals 8. So it won't be like this anymore. It'll be like this.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Because if you take another one of these and put it next to each other, right?
Then there's the 8.
There's the 33. 3, 3.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's the 8, but it's the wrong direction. It's not aligned with the magnetic. So besides the story that I'm going to put that everyone who wants to read it can, right? What could we do, right? What else could we do to anchor these energies and get this and strengthen this process as much as we can, which we need to do because not everybody will go for this, right? A lot of people be like, John's a Yahoo, and we know that. Fine, all good. We ride the music. We talked about this last time. This is what the music and the lyrics are so important. Writing the music is, in my Fear series, I talk about the difference between the natural rhythm of the universe, right? A natural rhythm is going with the flow, right? It's like music. It's equivalent of if it's snowing outside, you don't go swimming at the water park, you go sledding, right? Because that's going with the flow. Where artificial rhythm is control, right? Control against someone's will. Writing the music. So what I encourage everyone to do is envision these songs that we talk about with new meaning, okay? With based on this knowledge. Okay, so basically flip the roles, all right? And so what I want to do to close with before we take questions is there is a song that I want everybody to listen to, and this is exactly how I want everyone to consider to start thinking. This song, when I first heard it, I don't know why. I have always loved this song. Like, this is one of my jams that no matter when I hear it, it's like, you know, you get up and dance. We talked about this last time too. This is one of those songs for me. And I was always like, God, why do I like this song? It's kind of a horrible song. It's kind of a horrible song. But now I know. Mary, did you see?
Yeah. Rockstar.
Crazy, right?
Mm-hmm.
So Heartbreaker. I don't want to deceive you. He's telling the truth. Tear you apart. I don't know what's more awesome. I don't know what's more awesome. That's insane. I love it. Hang on 1 second. I'll turn the camera back around. So that's it, guys. I really think this is as simple as a story being told. And when the story is told, understanding the meaning behind it, we use our imagination to create our reality, right? Well, predictive programming, that's how this works. There's nothing stopping us from using it right now in the system right now. We could do it by anchoring, by writing the music. The next live, I still have to talk with Mary about solidifying it. But I've said before that the zodiac, which is what we talked about today, right, is electromagnetic. So what is the dielectric diamagnetic? Well, that's our names, right? So hang on, I got to flip this around one more time to show you one more thing. Okay. Last page. Guys, I have I'm very confident that our letters and numbers were also taken from these energies and these symbols, okay? Starting with Fire Abyss, Water Abyss, Ophiuchus, Golden Gate, Orion, Silver Gate, right? If you look at this, what does that look like? Mary, this showed up in this is what I mean about Mary's. When you drew this in one of your readings, Mary, you said you have this funky looking letter A. Mm-hmm. That's what you drew. Mm-hmm. A. I
didn't know what it was, and this is where I need you, because I'm just like, I have no idea what this is.
This is where I need you. This is okay. This is A. This is U. Ophiuchus. This is U. Turn this 90 degrees. It's E. Turn that 90 degrees. It's I. Okay. The letter A is the name of A is the sound of E. The name E is the sound of I. They screwed it all up. This original sound is ah, and then they split it into a and a. This was a. They split it into e and eh. This was e. They split it into I and I. This is U, and this right here in the center is O. And I finally figured out that those were the letters because of this. See this? The O? Mm-hmm. That's the O in the center. This is the. So anyway, I used this in some of the. So this is how it is. This is what the vowels are. A, E, I, O, U. Okay? It's the fish like this. This is not how it's supposed to be. I figured out the right pattern, which will allow us to do different things with when we give ourselves our fourth name. okay? All letters and numbers are created via zodiac symbols. And I've confirmed it with runes and different systems, okay? Next week, the other half of the heart, which is so if one half of the heart is electromagnetic, the other half is dielectric diamagnetic, how to reverse our letters and numbers back to original. So you go from this to this.
Mm-hmm. Yes. And then when we write our songs, look, I think we should write songs and write stories and create our new earth and create new names and all this stuff, but let's do it with the correct vowels.
Right. And so that's what we're going to go over next time. That's literally the last part of this, and that will be live number 4. Fitting.
Yes. Yeah.
So I know that was a lot, guys. I know it was a lot. What I would love for you guys to do is that app, the astrology app. It's called Time. I'll post it. Okay. It will show you what I mean about reading the mythology of like the centaurs, for example. Like, for example, Pholus was the centaur that correlates with Neptune, right? He connects Saturn and Neptune. And in the story, he's a centaur that guards the divine barrel of wine, right? Red wine, okay? And what happens is somehow he messes up. Hercules shoots him with a poisoned arrow, okay? Scorpio's tail, and kills him. And it goes through this whole story that explains what his purpose is, what his role is, and what it connects to. And then once you go through those individual dates, starting from April 20th all the way to April 8th of next year, it continues the story, and it matches exactly the same. So, you know, all these different cultures, it's the same story told over and over again, but they just have different names, right? Mm-hmm. It the story based on where the planets are in the sky matches every single place, whether it's Egyptian or Norse mythology or whatever. Here's what's so cool. Neverending Story we went through last week, right? That I have a TikTok on my page that talks about what Neverending Story really is and talks about how it's a journey through the chakras, all right? And it goes into specifics. Then Hungry Like the Wolf I talked about, right? Well, if you go into Norse mythology, this is Hungry Like the Wolf. What happens is Angrboda, who sits in the place of Ares, she's an oak tree, and she allows her oak tree to get struck by lightning, which is Zeus, right? Jupiter. She allows her oak tree to get struck by lightning in order to protect her children that are held prisoner under the earth, which is the serpent or the part of Capricorn, and the Fenrir the wolf, who chews off the magical fetters. Which, yeah.
Could you send me that? Yeah. Because she is a tree, and there's the lightning. See, the lightning is hitting her tree, and I've seen this not just in that piece, and maybe I misinterpreted, but I want to know who that is, because here's another one. Is a tree being struck by lightning. Yep. Here also, if that's a true story of that goddess and what it has to do with our ascension and everything, I really need to know for Susan to understand why she's a tree with lightning here.
Yeah. So do you know? So she's the mother. She is the she-wolf. Her children are wolves.
Oh.
Ow!
And she has the wolf up here. The grandmother has the wolf up here above the grandmother's head right here.
Yep. So you guys remember Catching Fire, the second Hunger Games? How does she break out of the place? She shoots an arrow at the top, at the middle, above the tree, right? And when it gets struck by lightning, it busts the whole system. Well, she doesn't just shoot an arrow; she has a rope or a wire tied to the arrow. That is the rope of heaven, or the magical fetters that I talked about. That runs through us. All right. We'll get into that next time. But I will show you how the magic. So the 12 zodiac signs have this magical fetter or heavenly rope running through it, and it connects to everything in the sky. So they control everything, and then it connects through us. It goes into our ida in the back of our head, goes all the way down and all the way up out of our pingala, and that's how we are controlled. That's how we are tied to the ground. But here's the other cool thing, Mary. You know, you told me that the twin brother of Zeus is Apocalypse, right? Apocalypse is the dual of who? So if Apocalypse is gravity, then I am anti-gravity. And if Jupiter is next to Saturn, and Virgo, which is my sun sign, has Saturn as part of its energies, then what you said in my reading, which is I'm here to defy gravity, is it all connects. It's crazy. And it goes along with what we did last week with that song, I Can Fly. All it's awesome.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, I'm blown away.
So, let me show you my table. Oh my God, look at this. I've got in my bedroom up there. It looks like a Tasmanian devil, like a library. There's like papers everywhere. But I hope that was meaningful, and I hope that was something that resonates deeply with everybody, because this is all information. I've never seen anyone say this information before. This was Mary and myself literally piecing things together by observation. That's the only way I think we can get this, and I think that's our only option, because if we don't get it through observation and we rely on what someone tells us, how do we know? You know, how do we don't. There's no way to know. But I trust a pattern 100%, because patterns are indicative of actions, and actions actually took place. So it reflects the truth, someone's truth.
I am so speechless and overwhelmed by the synchronicities, all everything that just kind of is just so mind blowing to me. It's like you laid a bomb in our brains here. I'm sure many people are going to just take a while to just comprehend
Yeah.
the Anunnaki that tethers us, basically making us the sacrificial lamb. They manipulate us through programming, and this programming we buy into. So if we were receiving all our lives this program, what John is saying is that it's time to stop receiving. It's time to start becoming the creator. Create our own music, create our own earth. Do not look at what they're programming us. Don't buy into politics. Don't buy into the program of the Matrix.
Yeah.
Yep. Nope. We're going to write our own songs, write our own music, make our own names, and create our own world. And John is, all of these truths are coming forward right now in seen and unseen ways. You have both here. Okay. Because everything John is saying is something that we see here in these readings. They're just absolutely, there's no denying it.
It's pretty amazing. And once I figured out, I'm pretty sure I know exactly who I am and exactly what I came here to do. And one of the things that I'm here to do, there's more than one thing, but one of the major things was to be the spark that helps bring the system down or start the fire, right? And I think that's the reason why I like that song. I'm only going to break your heart. I'm telling you the truth. I'm being honest, but it's not any of our hearts. It's the bad guys' hearts, because that's what controls us. So once I realized that, okay, here's what the system is, here's how it works. Well, wait a minute, the system's dual. So can't we just turn it around? We sure that the F can. And so we're going to use what they taught us to control us against them by telling a story that resonates with their system and reverses the arrow so that it shoots the opposite direction.
John, can I mention to them what I saw when I astral traveled to your house?
Please, absolutely.
Okay, so I astral traveled to John's house, and he had I don't know if you guys know this, but on the spirit realm there are spies. These are people who are unseen. You can't see them, they're invisible. They have the ability to go to the fourth dimension. Well, there was a bunch of them in John's house, and I was sent there for several reasons, but one of the things they tried to do to John was put him in a metaphorical bed over a waterfall and really basically keep him asleep so they didn't see what they were doing in his house, right? And my gift is to be inside someone's body. I can take your place. Like I take, things from you. And John said, "Look, we can turn it around on them. There's things that they're weak. If you watch the video that I have of the Looking Glass with Take on Me, that song Take on Me, and there's the Looking Glass and there's these people. They can't see certain things. They can't do certain things. We can literally turn it around. And instead of constantly being attacked and manipulated, if we wake up, we can turn it around. And they won't even know that we figured out how to stop being abused. We can literally just change the world where they can't find us. We become invisible."
What blew me out of the water when Mary told me about this, about these people, these CIA agents that had me tied up over a waterfall. So they were looking for information, right? And the information they were looking for is this stuff that I'm sharing now. Okay, they didn't want this to get out. Now, here's what's interesting and what Mary had no idea that I did. At one point, I took all of my research, and I mean, this is boxes and boxes. I put them into boxes. Since boxes, there's a quantum rule of 4, and anything that's inside of 4 corners, the energy cannot get exchanged from the outside. And when I close the boxes up, I put the intention on there that everything inside is invisible to anybody that's looking for it besides me. And they couldn't find it. And remember tell them where you hid in when she was in the astral, she hid what the papers that they were looking for, the documents they were looking for. Tell them where you hid it, Mary.
So I was in his house. They were looking for his papers, and I hid the papers, and he was there too, in a dishwasher that was like a square box, and I was afraid that they were gonna find the papers in the box, but they did not find the papers that they were looking for.
Water represents information. Fire represents energy that you could turn into information. Okay, 3 fires make 1 water. So the fact that she hid it in the dishwasher, it tells that was information. It's amazing. And what's interesting, Mary, is that the last reading that you did for me is when the first thing you said is that you were talking about Enlil, and you said, "Oh, John, he's watching you. You're being watched closely." And that's why I did that, but Mary didn't know that I did that until she saw it on the astral realm.
And I see how they manipulated you. They put you to sleep. They put you over a waterfall, but I became you, so they didn't even know that I was you because they can't tell the difference. When you're a shapeshifter, they can't tell. They can't see who's you or who's me. So when you become one with your higher self, you'll be doing things on the astral realm that are out of your control. I had no power there. I was just an observer. When you become invisible, these beings that go into your house and do things, they can't see you if you're invisible. And I don't think that I don't know what they were doing. They were trying to put John to sleep so that they could get his papers. And they were doing it from the 4th dimension or some other dimension.
Yep.
And so now John, look, and here's the truth. John and I both have a gift. John has an incredible ability to see these symbols and know exactly what they mean. I don't have that ability. I see the unseen world. I am the invisible. John is the visible. I don't know how we could even do these things without each other because
we couldn't. Because I can't see the symbols unless you write it down.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
I love it. I love it.
Yeah, I'm just blown away. I'm like so blown away. I'm like, my body just feels so electrified. I can't wait to write the stories. I can't wait to write the songs.
Yeah.
We have to create our own reality. And anyone who tries to tell you, hey, guess what I heard in the news the other day? Or guess what this truth is? Just tell them to F off. You're creating your own reality, your own magic, your own joy. If we can grow lollipops out of jelly beans, yes, we can. Right? We can make a reality where there's giggle rocks and you can go inside a tree and get downloads, and we can create our own fantasia, our own fantasy world.
Yep. And you know what, Mary, I forgot to tell you this. So part of what solidified the understanding that the letters and the vowels and everything is part of that same system, and how I understood where the vowels were now in the X, but how did they switch back? Which way did it rotate? Where does each one go on the plus? Do you know what solidified that for me, so I knew the right way for it to go?
How?
When you introduced me to my dragon.
Oh.
That's those symbols. That is what pieced it all together.
Wow.
So,
And here's the thing, I have no clue I have a limited idea of what those symbols mean, but John, if you guys get readings from me and you're not exactly sure, John would know.
well, maybe. I mean, maybe. It's like I literally. I'm not kidding, you guys. Like, this is what's so cool about, again, why I love working with Mary so much is because I literally. I watch her every chance I get. Like, if I could watch her readings daily, I watch daily because I learn every time I watch it. New stuff, not just the same stuff, new stuff. And what's crazy is a lot of times that the stuff that comes up in Mary's readings, I just like read about, or I just something, right, Mary? Like that happens. That happens almost every time. It's
I mean,
crazy.
I just feel like there's something, I think we're all meeting a twin. And when I always say that people think that your twin flame is this relationship on the earth realm that is, it's never sexual, it's never anything like that. Your twin can be somebody who is one is the receiver, one is the emitter, and literally you find somebody who is the opposite of you, like literally the opposite. And you end up realizing you cannot work without the other.
Yep.
It's kind of like Bastion and Atreyu.
And that's
But
what's
it's, yeah,
so cool about this whole Earth experience, right? We all have a piece, and if to complete the puzzle, we each got to put our piece together at the same time and work together, and that's what
Yeah.
the experience is here. So
yeah.
awesome.
It is so amazing. And I can't, everybody's saying, Stephanie just said that she just absolutely loved everything, that she cannot wait until the next class. You have so many great comments. People love not only your knowledge, I mean, honestly, I mean, talk about a scientist, though, like really like your Sherlock Holmes. And I mean,
Yeah.
it's overwhelming.
It's
And
cool.
for you guys, I know that John just said so much. It was so much that we were just like, oh my gosh, if we went to college, it would take us months to kind of understand some of the,
Years.
but just John's going to be posting his pages that you missed on his page, but also you'll be able to watch this again on YouTube, and you can kind of slow it down and just take it piece by piece and rewatch it again, because so much information that John just gave us was significant. And he just kind of, gave us these bombs. Here's a bomb, here's a bomb, here's a bomb, here's a bomb. And it may take a little while for us to digest, to actually get to understand that we are being manipulated and we are being inverted, and the divine female is trapped, and we must awaken to truth like an egg and crack that egg like a broken heart, and write our own story, right, John?
Absolutely. Listen, and the only way that we can do it is if you believe. All those childhood movies, all those Christmas movies, if you just believe, hot damn, they were telling us the truth.
Wow.
So believe. Watch this over again. Ask questions. I really try. I try as hard as I can, guys. I know that sometimes there's a bunch of personal messages that I haven't been able to get to because they're long, and I'm trying to answer the questions I put information out on first, because like I said a million times, I think it's a really important part of this process of anchoring, of changing your belief system. You have to have enough, based on how your brain works, you have to have enough proof or evidence, right? That you are like, oh, yes, okay, actually, oh, there's something to this. Oh, well, there's more to this. Is this how it is? This is how it is. Then your belief system changes. And so I'm going to do my best to answer all the questions like I have been, and just keep going on with this. We'll do another live next week. We'll take it to the next part. And then once we get to the point where we've covered the whole circle, then it's creation time. But before we create our new reality, we got to tear the old one down first. And so step one at a time. And that's what we'll do first. We'll keep on learning this stuff. We'll talk about our names next week and what letters are and how the sounds of letters and all of that stuff.
Do you want to take a couple of questions that
Yeah, sure.
if you guys want to come live with us, just say, I have a question and I will invite you as guest and you can just have your voice on here asking John a question.
Fell on my ass.
Yeah.
I fell off the thing I was sitting on. Fell off my ass.
Orbit Girl, you said that you want to send John a message. You are welcome to ask John a question now. I just asked you to become to follow, or I followed you. I think that we have to follow each other for you to be a guest here. But let me look and see. Oh, the Buddhist saying the shortest spell in the world is your name. Wow.
Agreed.
Let me see if I can get this person to. Yeah, all right. Let me see if you would like to come live, Orbit Girl, you can ask John.
Hi, Mary.
Hi.
Hi. I just have a question. Well, first one, I didn't see an email listed, but the big question that I have is that I was seeing Joan talking about Omega, and in one of the readings that I have, I was holding the Vesica Piscis with my hand like a mirror, but that also looked like the Omega, and I had a lot of runes in my chest. So for those kind of questions, how can we send you an email to find more information about that?
So honestly, the best way to ask questions at this point is to ask questions in the comments of actual TikToks that I put out. I get to those first because I want to answer the questions on the information I put out. I'm putting out information in TikToks in a very specific order in order to, as succinctly as possible, put the foundations on to build so that it changes the belief structure in us as quickly as possible. If you send me an email or a message, a lot of times those are really long because people have really good questions. I just don't have time to get to all of them by myself. So let me clarify a couple things based on what you just said. You said you were holding the Vesica Piscis. Are you talking about the fish symbol?
Yes.
Okay, and you said so it was pointing up, heads up, tail down, like the Omega sign.
Yes.
Okay, and the tail was anchored into your heart.
I can't remember that part, but it was
Yes,
level,
it was close to her heart. It was at her heart level.
Yeah. So the Omega is like the letter O, which is in the direct center, which is your heart, right? And Omega is reflective of Libra, which is moon energy. Okay.
And I'm a Libra.
And
I have Libra and Pisces.
there you go. So it all that it means is that right now, but you said that it was you were looking in a mirror, right? That you saw its reflection in a mirror.
I was holding it like if I was looking at it.
Okay. So if you take that symbol as the Omega, right? I'm drawing it out here, and you have a mirror, right? So this is how it was, and if you put a mirror here, and it goes like this. This represents the northern fish of Pisces. Okay, so if you extend those lines of the fish, you get Aries, which is where the northern fish of Pisces is. All right, so all that means is that in what it sounds to me is that look in the mirror or turn around, look at what you see. Like Neverending Story. Look in the magic mirror. You're seeing things backward. In real life, to see the real thing, you have to look in the mirror at how it should be.
Basically saying that we live in a false, manipulated world, and that when we look in the mirror, we're actually looking at the opposite, which is the truth. The truth is in the mirror.
Yes. Now,
And
Orbit Girl, that's just what my gut feeling is based on just a little bit that you said, but that's what comes to me when I hear that.
and one last question: do you take donations? Because I know it takes a lot of work from you to do this.
You
Can
know
we
what?
send donations?
Thank you so much. Here's the deal with money. As of right now, I've been blessed with what I do on a daily basis. I wish I could quit that job forever and do this, but this is really important work that I feel like belongs to all of us. And so Mary, the work Mary does, she does full time, right? So what I encourage everybody to do in terms of donations is if you feel like that's something that you want to do, thank you. First of all, that's very generous and appreciative. Any kind of thing like that, funnel through Mary, or you could do a reading with Mary or whatsoever. Regardless, this information, believe me when I tell you, Mary's still learning this about me too. So in order to be like the guy in that song, I'm only going to break your heart, right? He starts out like kind of in the beginning of Blank Space. And now it's nice and everything's nice and I make you fall in love with me and then I break your heart. So what I'm saying is that that's not who I am to everybody. I'm nice to people. But if I'm nice to somebody, I open myself up to someone and they turn on me and I find out they were an asshole, oh, I call it the beast. I call it the beast. And that beast is what breaks the heart.
Yeah.
So, having said that, I'm nothing. My point is, nothing can stop me from doing this at all, ever. And I really appreciate it. And that was very nice. So, thank you for the offer. Appreciate it.
And can I take a picture of the runes book that you have? Because I was trying to look at it.
Yep.
John, I think that the main question here that she's having is there were some rune symbols in her piece that she didn't understand and neither did I.
Okay.
And if she can just send you a message or at least a picture of the piece, not to go into full, but just to kind of give her a description of what in the world do those runes mean.
Yeah, so let me clarify. I apologize. I might have misunderstood. If there's a piece that Mary did for you and you want me to look at, so all I'll need to do is send me a message and just give me the link of the YouTube video from the live. All right? Something that's very important to know about me, and this is crucial to the partnership between Mary and I. If you just send me the picture, I'm not going to be able to tell you. Probably, I'll be able to tell you 5% about what I could tell you if I listen to what Mary says while she's doing it. Mm-hmm. I don't have that magnetic ability. Mary brings it onto the paper, including with her words, and that is what I focus on. So it's so send me the live of the reading, and I'll be happy to look at it, and I'll give you all of my thoughts on it. That you can send me a message on. I thought you were talking about TikToks and stuff like that. If it's a piece from Mary, absolutely send me the message with the link. I'll be happy to look at it and tell you what I think.
So you don't have an email listed, and I have to be friends with you in order to send you messages. I'm not. So that's the only reason why I was asking.
So here's my email. Ready?
Yes.
JOHN, John, SABO, S as in Sam, A as in Apple, B as in boy, O as in Omega, 33 at yahoo.com. John Sabo 33 at yahoo.com.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Absolutely.
And I will send a donation to Mary. And I just want to say, Mary and John, thank you so much for your wisdom. You gave me a great message through the last piece that I have. Mm-hmm. Mary, you said that in my hand, I had thousands of people depending on me. I don't know what that means, but I just want to say thank you because
I think that the thousands of spirits is the 144,000 are kind of shown as spirits. And I don't know how or what, but when we ascend and we crack open this egg, the people that you will take with you maybe are through time, but you have a particular energy that it is really vital for you to create your new world because you will take other people with you because you may be one of the original ones, almost like the one Neo from the Matrix. You're the one. that saves people.
So I don't know if you were on Orbit Girl, but earlier I was talking about how our what we share with our ancestors is our DNA, right?
Yes.
And so what I've heard from another spiritual mentor that I have, someone different than Mary, someone that does kind of some more of a rune focus, is that all of us that are here and alive on this earth for this ascension, we're not just in this lifetime, we're not just clearing our own past lives, we're clearing all of the karma from all of our ancestors. And so there's something that has to do with us being alive, and because of our DNA resonates with all of those spirits, all of those souls, it is affecting all of the ancestors that are connected to us through that DNA right now, because we are clearing it in ourselves. So no need to thank us. Pay it forward. Every single one of us, Mary, I'm sure included, there was someone comes along and says, hey, did you forget who you are? And it sparks something, and then you pay it forward. So pay it forward to the next person. That's how this goes. It's awesome.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So John, with the DNA, because I understand time is not linear.
Mm-hmm.
Past, present, and future is constantly happening.
Yep.
So as we clear the DNA, we're clearing up all these timelines at the same time.
Yep. What's amazing is that anything that happened in the past, right? So let me give you an example. When I was a kid, I was scared shitless of Zelda from Pet Sematary. Did you guys ever see that movie?
Yes.
I checked for that bitch in every corner of every room. Behind the shower curtain. I couldn't leave my toes out at night because I knew she was gonna bite on them. Okay, so I carried a fear around with me, right? That I made up myself. I made it up myself. I mean, I saw something, but I made up all these things. She's in the corner. She's behind the shower curtain. She's gonna bite my toes. I didn't know that myself, right? So what happens is that in the present moment is really the only thing that exists. We're always in the present moment. You could just remember the past, but it's always right now. It's always right now. So what happens is, as soon as you change your belief system in the present moment, it automatically changes the timeline all the way back and all the way forward, because right now is all that exists.
Correct. Amazing.
Mm-hmm.
It's amazing. I just love this. I love it. Well, I'm very humbled by your wisdom. Same thing with Mary. I'm very humbled by your wisdom, and I feel very honored to be able to have your teachings.
Well,
so thank you so much.
Thank you for being here. And listen, wisdom. Wisdom. One person's wisdom is another person's, something else. I don't know. There's a lot of people that don't think this is wisdom at all. They think I've lost my ever-loving mind. And maybe I did. I don't care, because this is what I feel. And so people that resonate with this and they feel something about this, that's what this is about. So I think it's awesome. Thank you for being here.
Thank you again. Thank you, John. Thank you, Mary. And I will be sending
You're
you a
welcome.
message, John. Okay.
Sounds great.
Guys, have a good evening. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. That was a good one.
Yeah.
Let's see if anybody else wants to join really quick. Let's see here.
I got to get some more water, guys. You're going to come with me.
You're good. Okay. Yeah, and another thing about the living in the now. Well, here's what I woke up with this morning in my head. The Tower of Babel. So we were born in sin. We were born in like a darkness. Our memories were erased. And as we grow and expand, we enter into different halls of time, bodies of gods, like different houses, different understandings and knowledge. And it's almost as if I saw that when you get to the top of the Tower of Babel, you become a time traveler where you go back to the beginning and you heal your past self like a circle.
So you know what, Mary, when I hear you say that, I just want to share with you real quick. So if you look at the Tower of Babel, right, it looks kind of like a pyramid, right?
Yeah.
Or a cone or a vortex.
Yeah.
And so if you're going up to the tip, right, then the tip means that it's going to meet with another vortex that's the opposite of it, and that creates the 0 point portal, which is time travel, what you just said.
Yeah. So I'm inviting Susan to come on. She was the one who had the reading that really every single symbol that you brought forward in the live was in her piece today. The 9 and the 5 with the circle,
Oh, great.
everything, the number 32, the heart, the arrow, the wolf, the eagle, everything you talked about was in
Awesome.
Susan's art today. So she's here right now to ask you a question.
Hey, Susan, how are you?
I'm good, John. Thank you. Your work is amazing. I want to start by appreciating you for what you're sharing with us. Yeah. And I'd like to know more about the mother of wolves when you said this.
You bet. So, this is the book that I'm going to be reading out of. What's funny about this is that I bought this book because it's got the coolest pictures ever. Like, this was before I even got to Norse mythology or runes. So this is the book if you want to screenshot it.
Norse
And-
gods.
Got it.
I'm going to read you the part about it. Now, this is what's interesting about this character. What's interesting about this character is that she is the mother of all of the banished gods, the demons, the evil ones. I don't buy any of that. I think it's just the opposite. The evil ones, then they made the guards of the good guys later. It's all a bunch of baloney. This is one of the original Earth goddesses. And while she's drawn partially in human form here, I think everything about human form is artificial. Now, after we ascend, we can choose whatever form we want. But you understand my point. And her children were these abominations that were evil. And in the story of Ragnarok, which is the end of the world or the rapture or the ascension process, right? It's this huge monstrous wolf and this huge monstrous serpent in the ocean, and they're meant to bring misery to the world. Well, who's telling the story? The gods that did this to us in the first place? Yeah, I'm sure that it's a damn shame for them, but it's not for us. So, in other words, the whole thing about, like what Orbit Girl was just saying about looking in the mirror, everything, they tell us everything for a reason. So anything that is inspiring fear, hold a mirror up to it, because it's likely that's what they are afraid of. And what they're afraid of is us. So it gives you real good insight. So let me read you about this character. Her name is Angrboda. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me do it.
I got it. Thank you.
Okay. Her name is Angrboda. Angrboda. Okay. East of Midgard, in the realm of giants, grows a dark ancient forest called Jarvnir, or Ironwood. It is a dangerous place, and nameless terrors are hidden in its depths. Werewolves and other monsters roam between thick black tree trunks, and here skulk the evil hags known as the Jarnvigir. Deep inside the oldest and most inaccessible part of the forest, where the sun's rays never reach the ground, the witch giantess Angrboda rules supreme. She is both beautiful and dreadful to behold. Her name means she who brings grief. Grief to whom? Because her offspring are destined to cause great sorrow. Sorrow to whom? If we're in a dual world and our oppressors get sorrow, that means we get happiness.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So one of the things that was interesting is that Angrboda, there's a specific rune that represents her energy, and the rune is called Ak. It's spelled AC.
Okay.
And that's that F symbol we keep seeing in your piece that just kept coming forward. It's right there.
Yes.
Yeah, so there was a night, Susan, where I used the rune of Ak combined with the rune of Eeyore. Eeyore is a rune. It looks like a 6-pointed star, and what's special about it is these runes are they're conscious. And that rune Eeyore, when you put it together with Ak, Eeyore allows you to see both sides of a boundary at the same time. So I went into meditation. I saw myself go through my heart chakra, and there was a door inside of my heart chakra I'd never seen before. It was a huge oak round door, and it had the symbol of Ak in there. And so I knocked 3 times, and then I saw the symbol of Ak extend down, and it created Eeyore. And I opened the door, and I was in the Ironwood Forest. There was this huge tree. When I say huge, I mean like giant huge, like humongous. It was cracked open like this, and there was a heart beating in the middle of it, and it was beating, and it was bleeding, and it was on fire. And so I instinctually went up to the tree in my meditation, and I put my hands on the tree, and I healed it with blue energy. It was like bluish, purplish energy, and it stopped bleeding. And I waited around for a little bit. I heard different noises and stuff. I didn't see anybody, and I fell asleep. I don't know how much time passed, but I woke up some point later on in that night. Angerboda was next to my bed where my nightstand is, and she woke me up by howling. And she wasn't looking at me. So if I was facing this way, like where my feet are pointing, she was facing the same way. She didn't look at me, but she howled. It didn't scare me. I didn't even look over. I thought in my mind, oh my God, this is awesome. But then when I looked over there, she was gone. The next night I went back, and this time, as soon as I got in there, I saw her standing in front of me, and she was huge. So I was like, can she even see me? So I grew, using my imagination to her size, and she kind of took a step back, and she walked around me really slow. She didn't say anything, but then she took my hand, and she gave me something. It was something little. I couldn't tell what it was. And eventually I realized what it was. It was a hair. From what, I don't know, but then I looked, and I saw it kind of moving, and it was already attached to my body. It was the weirdest thing ever. Well, then I worked with my other spiritual mentor, and I found out that the reason she was taken aback is because I was in my Jotnar form, which is a bull man. When I was 3 years old, I saw there was a man in my room. He had the head of a bull and the body of a man. I asked him, "What are you?" He said, "I'm a man." Well, later on, then Mary tells me my name is Hugh, or Who, right? And then I find out evidence that not all of us are. There's different humans. A Hugh man is part animal, and my true form is a bull.
Okay. Thank you.
More than you asked for. Sorry.
No, it's all good. It's all good. Everything connects.
Oh, good. Because I don't understand. And I honestly, if John didn't, if we could sit here all day, literally all day, and do readings for people where I don't know why you're a tree. I don't know why there's lightning. You actually have literally a piece of string going from here to there with that number 32
Okay,
that
I
we
want to see
talked
that.
about today.
Susan, if you would, I would love to take a look at that, just because there's
Yes,
so much
please.
new stuff on that.
Yes, please.
Yeah, I'll send John the picture, and remember you were talking about the number 15. Look at this, John. So 9/5, that's 14. You said the circle around it is 15, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Everything that you talked about today,
See what I
in
mean?
some form or way, came forward in this, and this was absolutely meant to be. Absolutely, hands
Happens
down.
all the time.
Mm-hmm.
All the time. So my better half got a reading from Mary for the first time on Thursday. Okay, and literally 10 minutes before the reading start, I said I was laying on the couch and I didn't have my pen. I get stuff all the time. It's nuts. And I was like, help me remind me of this later if I forget. And I said, salt is what connects Saturn and Jupiter. And then the reading started, and Mary, what did you say? Oh, I see. You're pouring salt onto. There's
an egg.
There's a connection between myself and Jeff. I have energies of Saturn. He has energies of Jupiter, and salt is the connector. It has to do with the runes, and Mary saw all of it. His eyes almost popped out of his damn. It was awesome.
Yeah. So there's secrets in here, Susan, that it may take not just John, but a real keen eye to understand why do you have a certain particular shape on your head? Why do you have two, 1, 2, 3? See, the train makes 1, 2, 3, like a circle within a circle. And then there's
Yes.
another circle on top, but that's a train, but it still says these are communications to you. And notice that, remember what John was talking about, the trapped female inside the that rectangular shape. There you are.
Yes.
You're trapped.
Mm.
And then John, look at this. She's in a bathtub, right? This is her second piece. She's in a bathtub, and here, let me pull it up a little bit. Let's see, what do I need to do to pull this up again?
Says see amen.
I'm trying to
I can see
here
it.
we go. All right,
that's great.
all right, so here we go. So you said that the head is up against a wall. So her head is up against a wall, which is entrapped, and she's in a bath, right?
Yep.
Her brother works for the government or something. I do see something like CIA. This is just AI spelled backwards, artificial intelligence.
Mhm.
And her brother is taking, he's reptilian. He's blocking her in some strange way from being able to get out of the water and to step into fire, because the fire is on his shoulder. He's taking her fire from her,
So-
like she's a sacrifice.
Yep. So Susan, who is the Scorpio?
I know 2 Scorpios. They are not very involved in my life at this point.
Okay. So all right. So I asked the wrong question. So here's the thing. Scorpio. So everyone always thinks sun sign. Okay. All right. I have my Mars and Venus are both in Scorpio. The reason that's important is because Venus is the divine feminine essence, which is the spirit part, and that is trapped in Taurus.
So,
So that was a bad question. Let me just tell you what
That's
I
okay.
see. See how it says SEE? See how
Yes.
the S is shaped kind of funny?
Yes.
Did you see how I drew the scorpion tail, the stinger?
yes.
The reason I drew it like that is because the letter J represents the scorpion stinger. Our letter J represents the scorpion stinger. Okay, so
Okay.
so what I see is that scorpion stinger, and then also see what you're holding. That looks like a scorpion stinger, although it's supposed to be, I'm sure, like a pendulum of some sort. So, and then you also have a wolf in the corner. So probably why whoever this is blocking you is doing that is because they know damn well you are a force to be reckoned with, because you have that damn scorpion stinger. You might just not know it yet. Okay? No one's going to control anything about you, because once you realize the power that you have.
My Mars is in Scorpio.
There you go. And I was just going to ask you about your Mars, because you see where it says amen, may? You see,
Yes.
Okay, so in between the A, that could be the Mars symbol. It's pointing up to the right, and it's pointing right at that man who's doing whatever he's doing.
Uh-huh. Wow.
That's a cool piece, man. I can't wait to see that. Did you do a video on that one, Mary?
No, haven't done it yet. We just did it today, right before you went live.
Awesome.
We did this reading, and all of the things that you talked about showed up in Susan's reading today. That's why it's so significant.
I can't wait to see that. There's a lot there, and this is the other cool thing. I don't know. No 2 pieces are the same. No 2 pieces that Mary does are the same, even a little bit. There are some ideas that you see here and there, but I've never seen anything like this at all. And I just talked about the scorpion stinger with Mary for the first time today, and there it is. I can't even.
I didn't even know anything about it. This is how John and I work together. I wouldn't be able to do it without him.
I love it.
Here's what I could say though. So the scorpion stinger it's only half, right? Scorpio, they say, is a water sign, but it's really not a water sign. The stinger is fire.
Yes.
Okay. The hands, the 2 hands, it's 1, 2, 3. Both of the hands are water. So really, right now, Scorpio. So they say Ophiuchus is air, right? Because it's Scorpio, which is water, and Sagittarius, which is fire. But it's really not. It's fire and fire. The secret of all secrets is that Ophiuchus, which they say is between Scorpio and Sagittarius, that's a male. We're talking about the return of the divine feminine. There's another Ophiuchus, the female Ophiuchus, who I call Sophia, and she is located between Leo and Virgo.
How do you spell it? Do you recommend reading up on Ophiuchus?
You can. Here's the thing. Anything you can get mainstream is going to be filled with information that reflects the desire of somebody else, right? So you can read. Here's the thing. Read about anything you can online. That's fine. Anything you see, though, were you on the part where I was talking about the Last Supper and
Yes.
Jesus not being Ophiuchus?
Yes.
As long as you know all that, the whole point to Ophiuchus is this. Ophiuchus was chosen as the only one out of the 4 stargates to, again, try to deceive us the other way, all right? There are 4 of them altogether. They're all the same idea, and they all play a specific role, okay? The fire abyss is equal to your right hand. The water abyss is equal to your left hand. Hands are a big deal in terms of anything that you have on the inside, consciousness-wise, feelings, thoughts, anything gets projected to the outside world through your hands. And then, so it goes fire abyss, water abyss, right hand, left hand, and then over to Ophiuchus, which is the Golden Gate. That is your feet. And then Orion is your crown. So your root and your crown, okay? They teach us that you bring up red energy through your feet and the root. You bring down spirit energy, white through your crown.
Yes.
Those are all fallen distorted etheric energies, okay? What should come up from your feet, if you ever read The Wizard of Oz, instead of watching the movie, in the movie she's got ruby slippers, right? That represents the red energy from the earth. It shouldn't be red. It should be silver. But they turn silver into the moon, so it'll correlate with the water. And because the water is supposed to be on the ground, not the fire. And the fire is supposed to be at the top. It's flip-flopped because we're upside down.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It's a lot.
That's okay. So for visualization purpose, perhaps in meditation, bringing in silver in the crown and, silver at the feet and red at the crown.
So here's what I recommend for that. There is a specific meditation that does just that. And Ashiana Dean has a wonderful explanation of it. It's called the Maharic Seal and Liquid Light Cleanse. If you look up Liquid Light Cleanse and Ashiana Dean, you will find it. It's all over TikTok. And when I tell you every time I do it, I feel physical senses. It works.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wonderful. So I could just shoot you an email and whatever you would see in Mary's drawing.
You bet.
Okay.
Absolutely. I'm actually really excited to take a look at it because, like Mary said, this is a wow. Look at the dragons. Look at the dragons. I love it. Oh yes, please. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, send it whenever you get a chance, Susan, and then as soon as I get an opportunity, we'll talk about it. Looks awesome.
I'm so grateful for you both. My mind is just blown at all these synchronicities. Yeah.
It's a lot, but it's awesome. That's what's so cool about it too.
Thank you.
It's a new day. It's a new age. We're gonna step into our power, which comes from our inner child. If you let your inner child laugh and dance and sing while you're meditating, our meditations don't work really well unless you have the heart of a child. We cannot be. When I used to meditate before, I was like, in the name of so and so, I command this and that and the other. It doesn't work. We have to have the giggly, magical heart of the child. This is the allegory of the movie The Labyrinth. The young girl getting the little baby, the child. We rescue our child. We allow the child to sing and play. And that is your power. Your power is your child self and your child mind, really.
Yep.
I'm
Well,
exhaling.
you guys, I
Thank
have
you.
to go to the bathroom so bad.
Okay. All right. Yeah. This was a long one. Hey, Mary, thank you so much. Everybody, I hope everyone got a lot out of this. I, again, thank Mary so much. Any questions, please, you guys leave it on the comments of my TikTok or shoot me an email, and we will continue with this next week.
Yes, thank you, John. Mwah. You're amazing. I'm
You're
so
amazing.
thankful for you, and I'm just so grateful that you're here. All of our minds have been blown. You can just hear like fireworks.
I can't see anything unless you write it down first. So it's
Right.
you do. So thanks so much, everybody. Everyone have a
Yeah.
great weekend. We'll talk to you guys soon, okay?
Thank you, guys. Thank you so
Okay.
much. We'll talk to you soon.
Okay, bye-bye.
All right, bye. All right, guys, I would love to continue, but I've been personally on here since 12 o'clock, and it's almost 5 o'clock, so for 5 hours, I haven't even moved. I'm going to go to the bathroom, and I'm going to go spend some time with my family. You guys go spend time with your family. If you missed any portion of this live with John or with Susan, and you want to understand what's happening to not only them, but you, rewatch this and do your own investigations. Become Sherlock Holmes, and just know that everything's okay as long as you can stay in your 0 point energy, which is your magical heart, the giggly self. Listen to comedy and feed your holy temple life energy. We'll talk to you guys again Monday. Love you so much. Happy Easter. Bye bye.